Tree, thank you for the 6 months. Silver Brain unlocked. Got some exciting things. I've got captions. Check this out. It's captions. 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 Oh no. I have to have the dogs in here because the cable installer is still here. Why does it go that wide? To not do that? What is the wolf not caption? Because it censors profanity. Tree was seen fleeing the scene of the bridge collapse. I heard that the pork tree was twerking on the bridge and it distracted the person piloting the boat. That's just what I've heard. Alright. We're trying something new today. I'm also going to go live on TikTok here soon. I'm not live on TikTok yet. But I'm live on everything. I'm live everywhere. And anywhere and everywhere. And I've got closed captions now. We're living in 2024 finally. Let's see how well my computer runs while live streaming everywhere on multiple platforms through multiple different programs. Hopefully my computer doesn't just explode. That would be pretty funny though. Not really. But kind of. Is the song not captioned? I don't have it set to caption my desktop audio. I only have it set up to caption my voice. Dibba-da-doo-doo. Twitter sucks now. Twitter is terrible now. It's terrible. All of the dumbest people you could think of fighting over the stupidest things you can imagine. And OnlyFans bots. That is Twitter now. Looking for the Olive Garden song? I know the Olive Garden song that you're talking of. It's called E Compare. E compare, ci va a suonare, che si suona lo saxofona. Danke, bitte. Alright, I'm gonna try out this double streaming stuff. Hopefully my computer doesn't blow up. Okay, let's turn that music off. Oh my god, I can hardly control Spotify even. My computer is struggling right now. My computer is struggling right now. And I'm struggling right now. I'm struggling with some hammering sounds in the background. I'm struggling. Mine is older than Casey's. Mine is older than Casey's. Even my Twitch chat is lagging. This is... Oh my god. They're hammering right outside my room. Hello? Hello? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Look at that. Subtitles. Subtitles. Yeah, my poor CPU. A golden Kappa hype train? A golden Kappa hype train just started? Can you do me a favor and tell everyone you know? Pork Tree, thank you for subscribing. Lennox, thank you for subscribing. Suga, thank you for subscribing. We've got a golden hype train. Remove the pin. I think I need to remove the pin. We'll remove the pin for now. Wow, a golden Kappa hype train. That's an interesting way to start the stream. Is that a good omen? I think that's a good omen. We're gonna say that's a good omen. Let's just hope my computer doesn't explode. Lizzie Beats, thank you for the 100 bits. Sussy B, thank you. We're just hoping my computer doesn't pop like a balloon. It might. They might. Got a golden Kappa hype train. You better get in here. Skeeterbug, thank you for the gifted sub. Penny. Penny, not during the golden Kappa hype train. I swear to dog. I swear to dog, Penny. Not during the golden Kappa hype train, Atticus! You're gonna have to wait. You have to wait until the golden Kappa hype train is done. Pork Tree, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for the 500 bits. Queen Eclipse, thank you for the 100 bits. The golden Kappa hype train is real. It's happening. It's real. Golden Kappa music. Dibbity-doo-doo. Dibbity-doo-doo. This is not a drill. This is for real. I've never had a golden Kappa hype train before. And it started right as my stream started. Milky Hot Dog Juice, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Doodoo-la-poo, thank you for subscribing. Cue the jock jams. Bam 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 bam. Oh wait, that's the SpongeBob. Wait, do they have the SpongeBob Jellyfish Jam on Spotify? I just want that on a loop. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Hold on, is this the one? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Wow, I'm laggy. My computer is dying. I might have to close that. I don't know if I'll be able to stream on TikTok and on this. My computer's gonna explode. It's literally lagging my video. Look at this. I'm not even streaming. Is the freezing only for you? No! It's my computer! Integral Bander, thank you for the sub. CYH51, thank you for the Tier 3 sub.
Motherfucker.
Ratmaster Race, thank you for subscribing. Obscene Darling, thank you for the 100 bits. Casey's jealous.
Not you getting a fucking golden Kappa train before me during Women's History Month.
My computer's about to explode, if that's any consolation. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream on TikTok. Just having this other program open is like, look how laggy I am.
Oh no, turn it off.
Like, look how laggy I
Turn it
am.
off,
It's
babe.
so
Turn
bad.
it off. Turn it off.
Okay, I closed out of the TikTok studio, and I think that should help with the lag.
Fuck this.
That should
Motherfucker.
help. I'm gonna have to get a new CPU, I fear.
Believe.
I'm gonna have to get a new CPU, I fear.
Oh my gosh, my dad's old friend AA is here. His name is Steve, but he goes by the Animal.
He goes by the Animal?
Yeah.
All of your dad's friends are GTA NPCs, I swear. All of Dadtron's friends, they all have GTA side quest NPC nicknames. I just want Casey to be happy for me, that's all I want. I just wish she was happy for me.
For you, I'm like,
You came in here and you called me a motherfucker.
well,
Wish-
because it is kind of annoying.
It's Twitch that's
But you
sexist,
need
it's
to
not
hit-
me.
You need to hit that sub goal, babe.
I'm trying! I'm on a golden Kappa hype train, I'm trying. Gen X Cat Lady, thank you for the 300 bits. Henza99, thank you for the subscription. Henza99 with 5 gifted subs, let's fucking go. We're on a golden Kappa train, get in here. said, hit that sub goal. I'm like, okay. And then she's like, Golden Kappa Hype Train? Eat shit. It's a Golden Kappa Hype Train. Gen X Cat Lady, thank you for gifting that sub to Sherry Noble. Turn that jellyfish jam up. All the hammering is. I know, this is the most chaotic therapy session I've ever seen. Was a Golden Kappa Hype Train. Anybody who tips, cheers, subscribes, you get a Golden Kappa for 24 hours. AC Tron with 5 gifted subs. Thank you. She felt bad for coming in here calling me a motherfucker. She felt bad. She felt bad. Okay, chat, if you don't have a sub, let's see it. We need you in here. Go tell your friends there's a Golden Kappa Hype Train. Ben New, thank you for the gifted sub. Brighton Hypercarry, thank you for the Prime sub! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. We're hyping. We're hyping, and look at that. We got subtitles. We got subtitles. Who was it that wanted subtitles? I forget. We had one person. We had one person, maybe 2 people. They asked for subtitles, and we made it happen. B. Wayne, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Gen X Cat Lady, thank you for that gifted sub to Heal to the Face. Let's fucking go. Do you like when I'm big? Do you like when I'm really big? Train. It's a golden type of. It's a Gabagoo Galore. Anutuba with 1,000 bits. Devin with the gifted sub. Thank you. B Wayne, thank you for gifting that sub to Leanix. Dingxion, thank you for subscribing. I'm about to beat my last record, and all it took was a Golden Kappa Hype Train. Tell all your friends. Tell all your friends, get in here. Tell all your friends, Golden Kappa is happening now. Lennox with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go! Next Cat Lady with a gifted sub to Lucifer, and Savvy with a gifted sub to Courtney Corpo. My hype is overloading. I'm overloading. Oh no! Devin with 100 bits. 3 minutes, 47 seconds remaining. That's plenty of time. That's plenty of time. About to beat the previous record. About to beat the previous record. No Hank with the Prime sub. We love the primers. Thank you, primers. Tiny Observer, thank you for the 100 bits. Gene Carbonara, thank you for the 200 bits. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Gene Carbonara. Sweaty. Sweaty. Get your golden kappas. I think I might be at the wrong therapy session. No, this is the right therapy session. I'm afraid you are in the right place. I'm afraid you are in the right place, actually. Props with the Prime sub. Tana Tuva with 10 gifted subs! We broke the all-time record. We broke the all-time record. Gold part with 300 bits. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Train alert broke. The train broke. The train is literally broken right now. It doesn't know what to do. It's freaking out. Maybe I should refresh. I'm gonna refresh. Hopefully that fixes it. I don't know why it's broken. Sweaty with 10 gifted subs? Let's fucking go. I'm about to hit. Casey said get 300 subscribers. We're getting close. We're almost there now. I fixed it. I just had to refresh. Look at that. We're at 98%. Gen X Cat Lady with the 200 bits. This week. You're gonna be rich one day. I believe in you. Gold part. Thank you for the 100 bits. A new all-time record. New all-time record. Pork Tree, thank you for the 200 bits. Want a new bike? You deserve a new bike. Manifesting a new bike in your future. I get the sweetest e-bike there is. I heard you can also get e-bike conversion kits. You can convert a regular bike into an e-bike. Have I been mewing? Have I... Yeah, I do a little bit of meowing. Time to time. I meow periodically when I'm communicating with my cats. These new chips. I got these at Aldi. See that? I think they'll be good. It's Cuban sandwich potato chip. Casey's not mad. mad. She's just really happy. So happy. Hey, the cable guy's gone. About time. Thank you for helping us reach this new record. We're now at level 11. We're at a level 11 Golden Kappa hype train. We got some spare bits lying around. Is he cute? He had a mask on. He had like a full balaclava on. I had no idea what the cable person looked like. What'd they end up doing? Did they give us a new modem? Or did they just replace the cable? It's fixed now? I hope it's fixed. Could he crush me with his thighs? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. We really hit the ground running today. I was gonna try dual streaming. I was gonna try streaming to TikTok as well, but it literally makes me... I feel like I could cook food on my PC. Cook me up an egg. Thank you all so much, everybody who's been gifting and contributing to this hype train. This is incredible. Great start to the week. Great start to the week. Just saying. Thank you so much for everybody who supported. Especially thanks so much to everybody who gifted out all this subs. Tomatuba, Sweaty the Comrade. Elaine, Sabby, Maximus gives no fucks, thank you. 10 seconds left! Your final chance, your final 5 seconds. Last chance for a Golden Kappa. I hope you're ready for the Golden Kappa spam. I hope you're ready. Would you look at that? Golden Kappa trade complete, level 11, 73 gift subs and 3,300 bits. Let's fucking go. See those Golden Kappas. Oh wait, no, I have to. Oh shit, I have to refresh my chat overlay on, because it's just showing a bunch of regular Kappas over there. Let me refresh it. Let me refresh it. Why are they still regular? Why aren't they golden? Why aren't they golden on my overlay? They're only golden in my actual chat. They're normal. They're normal as hell. I did refresh it. I refreshed it twice. Look at all that gold. Gold! Gold! I might figured a heart rate piece. I wish I had a heart rate monitor. I wish I had a heart rate monitor to show you what my heart rate's at. It's at like 40 right now. It's wild. joke. I'm joking. It's a joke. Just joking. Just joshing. That's all I know how to do. Well-deserved golden Kappa train. Thank you. I worked so hard for that. I really earned it. Thank you so much. Great way to start the day. It's a great way to start the stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome. 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 Welcome back to the Brain Domain. I'm your host, Papa B. Greatest therapist in space. Do you know any other therapists in space? Sorry, they're doing a little bit of work on the other side of this asteroid. They're installing a hydroponics lab. So we can finally start growing some food on this rock. I've been fasting these past several years. Let me tell you, I am hungry. I just want to take a moment to thank, again, all of the gifters. You all are so wonderful. You're beautiful. You said that you think ADHD can be fixed, but if you go on a stimulant medication, it's like everything changes. Even your vision gets more focused. It's like a different level of cognition. Makes me believe that ADHD is genetic. That's just what stimulants do to your brain. I wish I didn't have to answer this question between all these intermittent poundings. Is it controversial for me to say that more people feel like they have ADHD today because we live in a world that is increasingly demanding that you pay attention to more things and more things and more things? Our average attention span has dropped. It's about half of what it was 10, 20 years ago. Stimulants, like ADHD meds, they basically just lower the threshold for what it is that your brain finds rewarding. So if you take a stimulant, you take an ADHD medication, suddenly you're now thrilled to fill out this Excel spreadsheet. You're really excited to get back to all those emails. It's something you can train your brain to do. You have to train your brain to act differently. It takes time to do that, and people don't seem to like it when I say stuff like that. I've been posting more shorts on YouTube, and I'll notice that sometimes the shorts that I post on YouTube will get some dislikes, and I think it's just because people don't like to hear what it is that I have to say about certain things. So imagine an ADHD on stimulants. Is that how most people are normally? No. That's a misconception. It's a misconception that if you have ADHD and you take a stimulant, then that now suddenly you act like a normal person. No, it's not true. Don't forget that those medications, those types of stimulants, amphetamines, were invented by the Nazis. They were invented by the Nazis to keep war morale up. People were tired of going and fighting and dying and getting blown up and shot at. So they came up with stimulants that could keep people fighting for longer and longer and feel more motivated and keep their morale up. My biggest, the thing that helped me most, honestly, was changing up my daily routine, making time for meditation, and also allowing myself time to just do nothing. I feel like part of the reason why ADHD feels so tricky to manage is because we feel like we always have to be doing something. But nothing is something worth doing. If you don't have that downtime to literally just not have to think about all the other stuff that your brain is screaming at you to think about. Reminder that the pin was removed. You're right. Let's get that pin back up. Golden Kappa hype train. Casey, I'm sorry you didn't get one first. I would have gone without a golden Kappa hype train for the rest of my life if you could have had one. Which all of your hype trains were golden Kappa hype trains. Sometimes people don't like to hear that. I don't know. I find it motivational and inspiring to be reminded that you can change the way that your brain works through concentrated, focused, and consistent effort. It might take months, it might take longer, but it can happen. You have to remember, your brain changed in order to get to where it is right now. Your brain probably worked differently in the past. Maybe your brain feels more sluggish or less focused than it used to. Your brain is incredibly plastic. You can achieve an entirely different level of functioning than you would even think, and you don't need anything aside from like proper nutrients and just some healthy lifestyle choices. Is my noise gate messed up? Is my noise gate messed up? It's because I got a lot of noise that I'm trying to gate. Linux with the 5 gifted subs, let's go! Linux with the 5 gifted subs, let's go! You have the jellyfish song stuck in my head? Good. Good. Whenever you're feeling down, whenever you feel like you're lacking energy, just turn on the jellyfish jam inside your brain and then get to work. Just get to it. Alright, so I want to make sure my captions are in a good place, but then I also want to make sure I have proper room for the questions. So I think I might start doing the questions. I think captions at the top is good. I think captions up at the top is where it's at. I think that works. Then for the question, I feel like maybe I think I'm gonna have to take a hit here, and I'm gonna have to be smaller. I'm gonna have to become tinier, unfortunately, which is everything I fear in life is becoming little. I like being a big boy. What can I say? I like it when I like being big. No, you're right. Whenever somebody comes up to me at the store and they're like, "Hey, can you help me reach that on the top shelf?" I feel.
You would not believe how often we're we're at the store and some old lady comes up to Joshua and asks him to get her something.
Happens all the time.
It happened the last time we were at Costco.
Happens all the time.
And every time he just gets so giddy. Oh, he likes it. He likes the old woman attention.
I like
He
feeling
does.
useful.
No.
Well,
think
I
you-
mean, okay, I spent a lot of time with my grandma when I was
Oh.
young, and I liked doing stuff for her because it made me have a sense of purpose and it made me feel useful. You want to psychoanalyze me?
Mhm.
Where should I put these captions? Where should I put these captions? I feel like if I put them at the bottom, it's like, I don't know. I think at the top probably works. Me slightly smaller. Thing I want to be mindful of is whenever I say too much stuff, the captions start to, yeah, see, that's the problem, is that they start to run over there. So just, yeah, I think that's perfect. I think that'll work. That is a bit reaching. IMHO. Which part? Why not captions at the bottom? Because then they're over me and you can't really read them. It just doesn't look that. I don't know. I kind of... We'll make adjustments, okay? We'll make adjustments. We'll figure it out. It's a work in progress. Why are there two captions? Because I have the captions actually embedded into the stream. And if you come here on the stream... Hold on, let me look. Let me go to my channel. I have the captions actually embedded into the stream. And if So there's like a caption option here. You don't need that enabled. Also, I don't have the captions set up on this overlay, so hold on, let me fix that. Oh, those are big. Oh, those are big words. Okay, testing. Let me say a bunch of words really quickly so that it has all the things that it'll need to type. Okay, that should be fine. But if you have two sets of captions on your screen, that is why. It's because Twitch has a caption option right here that you can click and it will turn on captions. But I like to have the captions actually on the video. People are used to captions being at the bottom. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. I need to be up here. I need to be up here like this. And then I'll have the captions down at the bottom, and you will just have to read them like that. Is that better? Does that work for you? Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna have my head turned the whole stream, just so you know. I can't. Okay, I can't have the cap. I can't do this. But think of B. Wayne's neck. Just think of Wyan's neck. You gotta take these things into consideration. Also, isn't it weird that when you look at somebody upside down, they kind of look like a different person? That's strange. Yeah, the blood is pooling in my head. I'm sorry. I would love to do that, but it's making the blood pool in my head. I might okay. I will take this into consideration. This will probably not be the permanent final setup for the captions. If you really want captions at the bottom, I guess you can just turn on the Twitch captions and those are automatically put on the bottom, or you could probably put them wherever you want on the screen. But for the sake of my overlay, I kind of need them up here. I just don't have room for much else. Also, I can change the color, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll play around with it more later, but for now, they're gonna stay up there. So thank you for your patience. Alright, we got some questions. Let's get to it, shall we? Wow, it's been an hour and we had to jump into a hype train. Also, we're so close to 4,000 followers. We're so close. We might hit 4,000 followers today. That's exciting. And we had a golden Kappa hype train. Wowee. Alright, let's get to these questions. If you have a question, there's a link pinned to the top of the chat, or you can type !Q, and it'll take you to the anonymous question box. Or you can ask questions in chat, we do that too. But if you like to keep it private, if you like to keep it anonymous, that's what the box is for. Alright, let's get down to business, shall we? I feel like I've dabbled long enough. 1 more month, and I've finished my bachelor's degree. Oh yeah, 1 more month. Ending one thing and starting another is always nerve-wracking. That is true. But it's also kind of exciting. You know, it's a period of change. You know, it's a period of transition. It's exciting, but there's also that uncertainty of what the future will hold as you switch from that what you're used to that which you will grow accustomed to. How do I balance focusing on now while preparing for the future without stressing myself out? I feel like if I had an answer to that question that was guaranteed to work exactly in that way, then we could just pack it up and go home. There would never be a need for a therapist ever again. We will have figured out how to master the human brain. The thing about the human brain is that it's always looking into the future because that's an evolutionary tool that has existed within us for as long as we've existed. Our brains like to try to figure out what could happen in the future, a future that's full of uncertainty, so that we can try to prepare ourselves for it. So, I would say you've got one more month. Just focus entirely on what it is that you're doing in school as you finish it up. And then afterwards, I would say you've probably earned some time. You've probably earned some time to chill. You've probably earned some time to just hang out and then figure out what your next step is going to be. Who hurt you, bro? What do you mean? I'll answer that question, but only if you agree to also answer the question. I would love to share with you who has hurt me in my life, but only if you're brave enough to do the same. You agree? I've never met a person who isn't hurt in some way. That's just nature of human existence. Did they run away? Yeah, probably. They normally do. They normally do. It's like what young kids do when they would run up and like pull somebody's hair and then run away. It's like that level of social competence, that level of engagement. It's like that's how they interact with people. How do I balance focusing on now while preparing for the future without stressing myself out? It tends to stress us out a lot when we ask ourselves what could go wrong, and that's what anxiety likes to do. So I would just say, try to focus on the now. Just try to be present, be mindful, just do whatever you need to do to ground yourself. And ask yourself what could go right in the future. I'm a man, and you're doing a good job, bud. You're doing great. I'm really proud of you. I think Tupac is still alive. In our hearts, maybe. Or maybe he's hanging out with Elvis somewhere. Maybe they're just hanging out together. Where do you think he is? If you think he is alive, where do you think he's hiding out? Where's he chilling? Loved your meditation video. Can you recommend some more? This has me inspired to make more meditation videos. I'm glad that you really liked the one that I did. If you have Spotify, I could actually recommend... Hold on. If you have Spotify, if you like guided meditations, I like this one. It's an album of guided meditations. And they're all pretty short. They're all around like 10 minutes long. So, you know, a nice short little 10-minute guided meditation. But yeah, this is the album. It's Ambient Meditations by Liquid Bloom. So I like these ones. If you have Spotify, I would check these out. They also make, like, this is a meditation album. They mostly make, like, chill, like, ambient, kind of psychedelic music. But they also have a meditation album, which is kind of cool. What's the hijinks today? We had a Golden Kappa hype train. If you weren't here for it, I am sorry that you missed it. Wait, are they guided? Yes. Yes. I'm a fan of guided masturbation. What made you feel inclined to bring that up? You just felt the need to mention that? Bruh. I fear the guided meditation. You could try mine. If you've never tried guided meditation before, the one that I made is designed for people who've never meditated before. You've got 10 minutes. You might think that you don't have 10 minutes. Just subtract 10 minutes from your doom scrolling time. I know that's why the person typed it. Ah, I get you. I'm glad you liked my meditation. I'm gonna make some more soon. Once the house is a little more organized, once there's not construction going on, it'll be easier for me to actually sit down and record some stuff. Do I have a link? I think if you type exclamation, is it exclamation YT? Yeah, if you check out, it's on my YouTube page. It's on my YouTube. Also, I'm live on YouTube right now because I'm multi-streaming. Oh my god, I keep getting this guy recommended in my videos. Have you seen this freak? I'm sorry, this guy is just something else. This guy wants to live forever and he spends millions of dollars trying to live forever. He takes like 100 pills every day. I don't know. I don't really want to live forever, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of too curious to see what happens afterwards. But yeah. I've been posting shorts. My shorts are doing okay. But I also have a guided meditation up here. He looks happier than me, though. Let's see you. How happy are you? I don't know you, but this is what you're spending your free time doing? How happy are you? Or do you only feel comfortable talking about other people? Because I've asked you to share questions about yourself, but you kind of seem scared to share. I be happier? Yeah, probably. But I think we could all be happier. Also, that was a picture for a YouTube thumbnail. If you haven't seen YouTube before, normally in YouTube thumbnails, people are like... That's the whole point of a YouTube thumbnail. No wonder you want your life to end. Is that what I said? I don't remember saying that. Are you okay? No, I'm serious. Like, you haven't had a friend or somebody who cares about you sit down with you and actually ask you, are you okay? I feel like there's just something going on there. You might want to get it checked out before it gets too bad. How long does it take for antipsychotics to work and feel normal? Let's talk about it. Antipsychotics, depending on the antipsychotic. Antipsychotic is a very broad range of medications. Some antipsychotics are actually very quick acting. Some of them actually work pretty quickly. But a lot of them also have the side effects of making you like very lethargic, very sleepy. So in some ways that is how they manage those elevated feelings that you have during a psychotic episode, is they basically just make you sleep through it. And so my answer to this is it depends, because every person is different. Every person reacts differently to different medications. Some people have no effect for certain medications. Some people have great effect for that medication. When it comes to properly medicating psychosis, it can take a little while to figure out. Some people get lucky and they find something really quickly that helps them. But sometimes there's some trial and error that goes on. Can I just say I love the trolls? I love the trolls. I love them. Imagine sitting in a group therapy session and a stranger walks in and then just starts smearing shit all over the walls, and then they're like, what? What's your problem? Why are you mad? I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not really mad, I'm just kind of concerned. Like, if you had friends to talk to, I would recommend going and talking to them instead. But if you don't have friends and that's why you're here trolling, we could make friends with you. Just try being friendly. That's all you gotta do. It's not that hard. Penny. What is it? At least they're in the right place, right? We just had a few trolls come in today. We had a guy come in and he had a copy-pasted paragraph of like some Nazi shit. I'm like, what the? Okay, I'm like, okay, that's gonna be what we're up to today. Okay, cool. Great. But then we had a Golden Kappa hype train. That was pretty sick. Afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, how long does it take for antipsychotics to work? Most people, I would say, when it comes to an antipsychotic, it typically acts faster than something like an antidepressant. Antipsychotics aren't normally something that it takes your body like time to build up within your system so that you start to notice the effect. There are some antipsychotic. Okay, let me speak to like one in particular. I'll speak to one antipsychotic in particular because it's kind of hard for me to talk about all antipsychotics. There's just too many. But I will talk about one of the ones that I most commonly saw prescribed to people, and it was Seroquel. Let me see if I can find a picture. One of the most commonly prescribed antipsychotics that I saw when I worked in mental health was Seroquel. I would say that this was probably the most commonly prescribed. And what they do with Seroquel is they have you starting off by taking a very small dose, and then over the span of like 1 to 2 weeks, you start to take progressively larger amounts just to kind of acclimate to it. Did something controversial happen today? Something to do with a Golden Kappa? No, we had a Golden Kappa hype train. That was a good thing. The only controversy that happened were people trolling in chat, which that's okay. I get it. They're lonely. It's okay. This is just one of the medications that I would see prescribed, but this one was prescribed pretty commonly. A lot of people really liked it. A lot of people really didn't like it. And that is antipsychotics in a nutshell. So just speaking about antipsychotics in general, it's a lot of, trial and error, which can be really frustrating for a person, especially a person who's going through psychosis. We're not lonely, you're boring. You're right, but you're still here, so... Thank you. I love being called boring. You're not the first person who's come in here and called me boring as if that would, like, get a reaction out of me or get a rise out of me. It's like, no, okay, cool. Is it because I'm not dripped out? Is it because I'm not dabbing? Is it because I'm not, like... I don't know, I'm confused. Like, what should I be doing? Should I be yelling more? You want me to play some Fortnite? See, the thing that people don't get is that when you get older, you actually love being boring. You actually crave being boring, because being interesting just means stress and drama. Also, they said we're. Yeah, you're right. They were saying we're is like, no, you're just talking about yourself. I'm like... Let's look, I'm curious. What are some of the most commonly prescribed antipsychotics? This is like an actual research study. Oh no, not haloperidol. Oh no. Let me just say something. If you're going into a doctor's office and the doctor offers you Haldol as the first thing that they're trying as far as a antipsychotic goes, you may want to consider talking to a different doctor. So they have what are referred to typical and atypical antipsychotics. Typically, the ones that are referred to typical antipsychotics, these are the first generations of antipsychotics. So these are the ones that they've been prescribing since, the 50s. And then the newer antipsychotics are referred to as atypical antipsychotics or second generation antipsychotics. These are the stuff that you'll see prescribed a lot more like in modern time because the side effects aren't as bad. A lot of these antipsychotics will make you like retain water and maybe gain weight, but they don't give you tardive dyskinesia. See, whenever I think of Haldol, like Haldol is one of the most commonly prescribed first generation antipsychotics, and it commonly results in a really significant side effect, tardive dyskinesia. Do you ever... Okay, think of what it looks like inside of a mental hospital. Think of somebody with like very rigid posturing and maybe they're like tardive dyskinesia. I'll show you what tardive dyskinesia is. Tardive dyskinesia is the thing that you think of when you think of somebody who's like at a mental hospital and they're like severely like mentally ill, but it's actually not caused by their mental illness. It's actually a side effect of long-term use of their medication. So they'll start to develop like some unusual tics in their face, tongue protrusion, lip smacking, mouth puckering, facial grimacing, excessive eye blinking, and writhing movements. So it's a long-term side effect? Yeah, it is. Typically for the older antipsychotics. A lot of the newer ones, some of the most common symptoms there are, mood changes, obviously, but then also you might gain weight. A lot of people report that they gain weight when they take an antipsychotic. Those are some fucked up side effects. I know, and people came in here calling me boring. I'm like, I'm in here teaching you about tardive dyskinesia, brother. I'm like, who else is going to teach you about that shit? We really don't have better treatments? No, we actually do. Haldol has been around since the 1950s. They've been using that for a really long time, and they won't use it in modern patients unless the other stuff doesn't work. What they do nowadays is they try you on the new like more modern cutting edge type medications, Abilify, Seroquel, some of those other ones. If those don't work, that's when they go old school. So how long does it take for antipsychotics to work? It depends. And I hate that that's the answer because that's just feels like such a cop-out. Some of them you'll notice right away. Some of them you might not notice anything. And some of them you might actually start to notice some like bizarre changes in your thought processes. So talk to your doctor about your medications. They'll know much more than me. Really depends on your body chemistry. That is true. The thing about antipsychotics that we were taught in school is that you can kind of divide people up into 4 groups. About a quarter of people who take antipsychotics are able to effectively manage those symptoms through medication. Another 25% of those people will receive some benefit. You might still need some outside support and assistance. Another 25%, a little bit more severe symptoms may remain, but you can manage a lot of the symptoms. And then for about 25% of people, the medications just don't really do much. They just don't really help. That's the thing about psychosis. It is frightening, it is confusing, and the ways in which we treat it can be very hit and miss. But they've got some really great medications these days. They're making more advancements every day as far as antipsychotics go. Psychosis is a condition that we are very motivated to treating and managing because it can happen to anybody. And that's frightening. So pharmaceutical places are very motivated to try to keep making better and better medications for it. Can you get rid of it? It doesn't necessarily have to be permanent. A lot of people who experience psychosis experience it in an episodic way. Sometimes you experience psychosis secondary to a high level of stress. You can experience it as a result of elevated mood or as a result of depressed mood. Some people go through what is referred to as a brief psychotic episode. But yeah, psychosis doesn't have to be permanent, and for a lot of people it isn't. For some people it's something that they struggle with on and off throughout their life. What is psychosis? Alright, here we go. Now here we go. I have a whole slideshow about what psychosis is, but I'm going to spare you from that. But psychosis is just a break from reality. It's a disconnect from reality. You might be dissociative. You might just be detached and, kind of spacey. You might have errors in your thinking. You might have hallucinations or delusions as well. But that's the thing about psychosis, is that it's kind of a broad definition. It entails a lot of different things, but it's basically just a severance from reality. But I would say this of psychosis, just as I would of any other condition: focus on healing, focus on treatment. It doesn't have to be forever. Just keep working on it. Which conspiracy theory do you genuinely believe is true? I believe in aliens. I believe that there's a cover-up. When it comes to believing in conspiracy theories, I like to believe in the ones that are really cool. I like to believe in the exciting ones because they're fun. And it's also harmless to believe in those types of things. So I like to believe in UFOs. Also, the FBI killed MLK, but that's not really a conspiracy. That's just truth. Also, in case you didn't know this, because we have a lot of leftists in here, and I feel like you should know this, they didn't really. The thing that I found really startling, and they also didn't teach us this in school when we learned about MLK, was he actually started, reading the works of Marx and realizing that the problems that we were facing in society were problems between the working class and the ruling class. So once MLK started learning about communism, that's when the government killed him. Flat Earth isn't fun? No, it isn't, because if you've ever talked to somebody who is into Flat Earth, it's like you could give them all of the evidence in the world and they would still just have this, like, snooty attitude about being like, I know something you don't know and I'm right and you're wrong. It's just like, of all the things that I would ever want to spend time arguing with somebody over, it's like at the bottom of the list. The shape of the planet we live on. I don't fucking care what shape it is. It could be shaped like a diamond. It could be shaped like a square. I don't fucking care. What are you gonna do about your life? What are you gonna do about your problems? What are you gonna do about your relationships? That's what I fucking care about. I'm too busy trying to sell people on the idea that they should treat themselves better and let go of some things. I don't have time to try to sell anybody on the idea that we live on a ball. My favorite thing that I learned about flat earthers was they paid some flat earther had a bunch of money and they bought some machine. It costs like $10,000 or more, and it's like the whole point of the machine is that it's able to measure the rotation of the planet. And they found that Earth is actually rotating as if we were on a ball, and then they just assumed it was like, no, this can't be right. There must be something else. Don't ever troll the group on Facebook, Christians Against Dinosaurs. They tried to find me IRL. The stuff I'm talking about was in a Netflix documentary about flat earthers, and it shows them like trying their experiments and stuff, and then they run these experiments, and based on what they find is, oh, the Earth is round. Like, we found out that the Earth was round in like BC. We found it out because it's like, oh yeah, if you're at one place in the world and the sun is shining at a certain time, it creates a shadow that casts in a certain way, and then if you're in a slightly different location, that shadow casts slightly different, which, if you do the math, that means that we're actually on a sphere. Also, the moon is a sphere, and the sun is a sphere, and all the other planets are a sphere, so why would this one be different? Unless you're trying to tell me that they're all fake. Because that's what ends up happening when you talk to a flat earther, is it's like, well, all the other planets must just be fake or something. I'm like, I don't know. It's just... I don't know. I would rather be talking about anything else. Is there a feeling sphere? A three-dimensional wheel? I think it's interesting to think about why are people drawn to such conspiracy theories. And I think it's because some people are just so skeptical. It's like maybe they just got lied to too much when they were in their development. Maybe people just misled them. And now they're just so skeptical of everything that they can't even take basic scientific information. Like, how do you have gravity if you don't live on a ball? If you're gonna believe in a conspiracy theory, I would say pick a fun one. Believe in aliens, believe in ghosts, believe in Bigfoot. Those are all fun and harmless things to believe in. I'm going for a walk, don't say anything too interesting. I'll try my best. I'm very considerate and empathetic. Some would say to my own demise. I've always considered others' time and energy when making a decision. Recently, my boyfriend has said that I'm overly considerate and I need to make more decisions based on what I need and when I want it. That is true. He's not wrong. I'll just say that. This is true. Atticus. Enough squeaking. I guess I could let the dogs out now that the cable guy's gone. But I feel like I'll probably have to pee in like 5-10 minutes. I'll let the dogs out then. Anyway. So I guess what I'm wondering is, how can I practice prioritizing myself more? These traits are what makes me who I am, and I love it about myself, but I find that they can leave me with false expectations of others and apparently annoying my boyfriend. I wouldn't... Okay. To be fair to your boyfriend, they are saying that you should make more of a priority of yourself, and you should treat yourself as well as you're treating other people. And that's fine. That's good. You want to be able to do that. It's good to be a compassionate and kind and empathetic person. But we can't do that at the expense of everything that we are. So, how can we do this? How can we do this? I don't want to speculate because you didn't ask. I don't want to speculate about why this is, because I could probably tell you, but I don't want to. That would be me overstepping, I fear. It's not what you asked for. I'm not going to start telling people why they are the way that they are unless they ask me to tell them, why am I this way? Because I could tell you, I could speculate, but I'm not going to. Okay, didn't ask me to. But that being said, show that same love and consideration that you do for others to yourself. The people that you care about would want you to do that. And so, in practicing good care for yourself, you are also practicing good care for the people you care about. Wouldn't they want to see you practicing good care for yourself? Isn't that something they would want? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Wouldn't the people in your life who love you and care about you want to see you treating yourself well and nice and kind and compassionate? So you'd be doing them a favor. I mention this because this is sometimes how I have to sell this idea to people to treat themselves more kindly. I'm like, well, if you're so overly focused on what other people think and you're overly focused on treating other people well, wouldn't you think that they'd like it if you treated yourself well? Wouldn't you think that they'd like it if you were compassionate and patient and kind with yourself? Because I think they would. So in that way, you can actually see self-care as caring for the people that you care about. I use this analogy a lot, and I'm sorry if you've had to hear it a million times from me, but what they always say when you're on an airplane is you have to put on your oxygen mask first before you help the person that's sitting next to you. Also, you don't have to set yourself on fire to keep anyone else warm. So, what can we do about it? What can we do about it? I would say carve out some time, maybe a couple days a week starting off. Eventually, I would say you'll probably want to take some time every day to practice good self-care, because that's just good. It's just part of a good daily routine is having some time for self-care every day. Whether it be 10 minutes to just sit and do nothing, 10 minutes to watch the birds, go on a little walk, do a little bit of meditating. But what you'll want to do is schedule it in the beginning. Like, okay, between the time of, if you work a day job and you get home in the early evening, give yourself a little bit of time to just unwind, relax, just focus on yourself, not have to worry about anybody else's problems. Do you want me to speculate? Do you want me to elaborate and go a little bit further? As far as why? Sometimes I feel like that helps, understanding why we do the things we do. When we're overly focused on treating other people kindly, that's because that's what we're looking for ourselves. We want to be treated that way because we've been hurt in the past. At some point in our upbringing and some point in our experience, our feelings were made to feel invalid. Our feelings weren't treated seriously. And so, you actually have a really great prognosis here, because what you have been doing is you have been becoming the love that you have been seeking. And that's exactly what you want to do. That's what I'm always telling people to do. Become the love that you are seeking. Now just give some of that to yourself as well. Try to view yourself as other people see you. Damn, it got me crying. I know, I'm sorry. You're trying to give the love you're seeking. Holy shit. See, Dip Chip, just mind blown. We asked for it though. I know, that's why I wanted to ask before I... In just giving myself a little bit of credit, I'm pretty good at what I do, and I'm pretty good at seeing the patterns in things. I'm pretty good at picking up on what sort of things happened to a person in their life that have contributed to the person that they are today. So in this, I see a person who was made to feel invalid. They were made to feel as if their feelings weren't important, but they didn't stop being important. Your feelings are important. And so you see that in other people, and you don't want them to feel the same hurt that you have felt. This makes you a good person, by the way. You're a great person for being so kind and empathetic and compassionate. So show it to yourself as well. You've earned it. You deserve it. What might be helpful is just taking some time to just try to step back from yourself and just view yourself not as you, but just as a person. View yourself as if you were someone that you really cared about. Show yourself the same love that you would show to someone that you really cared about. Self-love is non-negotiable. If you want to love the people in your life that you care about, and you want to love them even more, you also need to love yourself. Because the people in your life who love you, they wouldn't love it if you hated yourself. They wouldn't love it if you didn't like yourself. They want you to love yourself. So the people in your life that you love want you to love yourself. So by loving yourself, you're loving them. Does that make sense? I feel like I confused myself, but I feel like I... It's a great question. It's a great question, so thank you for asking. So how can I practice prioritizing myself more? Make time for it. Me time, as they call it. In the biz... Also, what you may come to find is that when you start practicing self-care and self-love and you're like, all right, I'm gonna have some me time, I'm gonna go to the park and I'm just gonna walk around and just do stuff that I want to do, or I'm gonna like have a bath and I'm gonna light some candles and I'm gonna listen to some soothing tones. It might feel silly at first. If you're not accustomed to practicing self-care and self-love, it might feel silly at first. You're trying to relax and you're trying to unwind and you're trying to just enjoy that time that you're spending. There might be little pangs of guilt. There might be little pop-ups in your mind that are saying, you know, you should be doing this instead. Why are you taking a bath? Don't you know that the dishes need to be done? Why are you taking a bath? Shouldn't you be working on that thing that you're supposed to be working on You can. Just remind yourself that you can return to any of the problems in your life after this period of time. There's no problem in your life that is so pressing that you have to get up and intervene in the next 20, 30 minutes so you can put everything else aside. Stop reading my brain. It's our brains, comrade. I'm just mentioning this because this is stuff that I've felt in myself. Whenever I would try to sit down and practice some self-care, the first things that would pop up into my mind is every single possible reason why I should be doing something else right now instead of this. So I just had to tell myself, everything else that I feel like I need to do, everything else that my brain is trying to get me to get up and go do right now instead of this, it can wait. It can wait 10 or 20 minutes. The world's not going to end. And it gets easier as you continue to practice it. Self-care is a skill, and skills take practice to get good at. So if you aren't immediately great at healthy self-care, that's fine. That's actually really normal. So, what are some things that you like to do for self-care? What are some things that come to mind? I'm gonna put on a little video real quick while I go to the bathroom. I just really have to pee. I'm streaming on YouTube. If I play a YouTube video while I'm streaming on YouTube, is that gonna... I might just have to put on cats. I'm gonna just put on some cats while I run to the restroom real quick.
Alright, can you hold it?
Estranho, né? É, miau. Oh my god. Oh, bro. Well. Yep. Get out of my ham!
Did you get that?
Oh my god.
What are you doing? Oh my god. What are you doing? Is there a cricket there you're trying to kill? How about we just like...
Oh, excuse me. I love your car. What do you do for a living?
Move his little mouth.
You crazy mother.
I'm crying.
Sit over here. Sit over here. It's not that serious.
Yo, I'm really sorry, okay?
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
Funky dog head. How dare you try to tarnish my mother homeboy's reputation, punk mother. Respect the family and back off before we come get you.
Alright. Alright. Save the rest of that for later. Save the rest of that for later. Hang in there poster vibes, right? I want the hang in there poster on my wall, actually. You know, the one, you've probably seen it before in your life. The poster of the cat hanging, and it just says hang in there. You ever feel like that cat? So, I guess to summarize or to recap before I move on to the next question, when it comes to prioritizing yourself, that is something that you have to do consciously, and that's something you actually have to make a meaningful effort to do. So I want you to start scheduling out some me time. Not me, you, me. And that's non-negotiable. Turn your phone off or use your phone to play music, but you know, you're not going to be on social media, you're not going to be comparing your life to anybody else's life. You're just going to exist, and you're just going to chill, and you're just going to say, ah. And just relax a bit. And if anything pops into your head that's like, hey, you should go do this instead of relaxing and caring for yourself, you should actually go do this thing. Oh, hey, by the way, did you actually remember to send that email for work? Or did you remember to do this? Or did you remember to do that? It can wait. It can wait 20 minutes. I'm writing all this down. Cool. Well, I'm happy to help. This is something you're just going to want to start practicing. It's going to feel weird at first. It's going to feel like, am I a narcissist? Am I selfish? It's the weirdest thing about our brain. Well, I mean, there are weirder things, but it's one of the really weird things about our brains. I remember, you know, when I started practicing self-care, it feels like, am I a narcissist? Like, no, it's not narcissistic to love yourself. You should love yourself. I don't know why selfish is a main feeling during downtime, because it is selfish, but it's okay. It's okay to be selfish so long as it's contained and for a purpose and for your own benefit. It's bad to be selfish when it's to someone else's detriment. We don't want to be selfish in ways that are taking advantage of other people or exploiting other people. But if it's for us and it doesn't hurt anybody and it's just improving our quality of life, it's improving our mental wellness, go for it. This is something that might seem strange, but it's actually something that we have to teach people when they're working on their mental health is you have to be selfish. You have to prioritize yourself. So it's okay to be selfish as long as it's not all the time and as long as it's not hurting anybody else. Self-care feels wrong. Isn't that strange that it does that? Isn't it strange? Why do you think that is? I feel like on some level it might be because we feel like we don't deserve it. Somebody in our life made us feel that we didn't deserve to be treated that way, that we didn't deserve to have that type of self-esteem. And so there's some relearning to do. This changed my life when I heard it. If you didn't intend to hurt somebody, you have no reason to feel bad. You should apologize, and you can be apologetic, but you don't need to feel bad about yourself when you never had intentions to hurt anyone. I definitely feel like I'm just wasting time, and I don't need to do that. Let me just say this again. Nothing is something worth doing. Doing nothing is actually good for you. It's actually healthy for your brain. So if you have to sit down and force yourself to just not do anything for a few minutes, good, do it. For your health. We talked about delusions a few days ago, and I think this ties into that. I want to start jogging every day, but all I can think about is me dying or getting kidnapped, to the point I imagine full-on stories, or sometimes I even imagine like stuff that isn't even real and couldn't happen. So like aliens and shit like that, Lamau. This is the point in which anxiety starts to become a delusion. And as you can see, that this is just the result of a high level of anxiety, because that's what anxiety likes to do. Anxiety likes to ask you the following question: what could go wrong? And when you start answering that question, what you realize is that you can only have more and more answers to that question. There could always be something else that goes wrong. This is why we suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. I've tried doing it anyway, but I have really bad panic attacks, or I just look straight up insane and I'm really paranoid the whole time. Life involves risk. Now, there are ways that we can mitigate that risk. There are ways in which we can try to keep ourselves safe. But anything you do outside of, getting out of bed involves a certain amount of risk. But I think that's part of the reason why life is so exciting, It's like if that risk wasn't there, it just wouldn't really feel the same. How about this? This is gonna... Just hear me out here for a second. How about before you go jogging, because you said you've tried to go out and jog. Sometimes jogging and running, it elevates our heart rate, it elevates our respiratory rate, it increases the blood flow to our muscles. What else does that? Anxiety does that. So sometimes going out and running, if you're a highly anxious person, it can actually make you feel more anxious because that's what your body is used to feeling like when you are anxious. But I genuinely believe someone's out to get me every time I go out. Get some pepper spray. Take some self-defense classes. Do what you can to mitigate those fears in a realistic way. But don't let them control your life. It sucks that we live in a world where you have to carry pepper spray. It would be nice if we lived in a world where that wasn't something that people had to do. I don't think it's legal to have either where I'm from. Huh. Do they make self-defense keychains where you're at? My sister's got one of those. You know, I'm actually going to teach Casey some self-defense. She wanted me to teach her self-defense, so I'm going to teach her some self-defense moves. So honestly, I would recommend learning some self-defense. Just make you feel strong and capable. Sorry, I'm gonna open these chips. There might be some chip opening sounds in the microphone. Let me just get it over with. These are Cuban sandwich flavored kettle chips. It tastes like the pickle kettle chips, which I like. I like the pickle kettle chips. It does have a little bit of that pickly taste, but there's something else there. What's in a Cuban sandwich? Ham, mustard, pickles. I don't think that... Is there cheese? I think there's cheese in a Cuban. Yeah. Can I just say, I went to Miami and I tried a Cuban sandwich for the first time, and I was kind of disappointed. Maybe it was just the place I went to, but it was kind of a nice restaurant that I went to and tried a Cuban sandwich, and I was a little bit let down, if I'm being honest. They're usually grilled, or yeah, they're usually flatten them. Does anyone chat a vet or work with a vet? Why? What's going on? Not that I'm a vet. Your cat's got a rash. Now they're probably gonna give you a steroid cream or something for it. It's not bleeding. Yeah, it's probably... Is it bumpy? Is it flaky? Is it red? What's it look like? I'm invested. Chips are pretty good. I don't really taste the mustard. They taste kind of like a pickle and a little bit of cheese. We've got a 10-year vet tech in the audience. Hell yeah. Yeah, they'll probably want you to bring the cat in so they can take a look at it, and then they'll probably just give you a topical ointment or something. I would never try to diagnose or care. Yeah, right? It's like, those are things that you want somebody to see in real life. Probably a little bit of a vet bill, but probably not too bad as far as vet bills go. Alright, before I move on from this question, because we're working on this, right? I would say, before you just go out and go for a run, just go out and go for a walk. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Figure out the route that you want to go, and just expose yourself to it so that you can feel a bit more comfortable there. That might help with these feelings. But I would say just going out and running feels like anxiety if you're, you know, if you're trying to minimize those feelings of anxiety, you kind of want to introduce it in a more calm way. You know, you get that heart rate pumping, and that feels like anxiety. Or go with a friend. Running is one of the best things I've done for my anxiety personally. And I agree. Alright, I'm not anti-running, okay? The reason why I said that, and I just want to clarify, is because if you're not used to running, it just feels like anxiety. Your heart's racing, your breathing's rapid, yeah, it's... Physical exercise and anxiety are very closely related in that way, because that's what anxiety is doing. It's trying to motivate you to get up and run or get up and fight for your life. What if I'm also really paranoid when I go out for a simple walk? Anxiety likes to ask yourself the question, what could go wrong? And one of the ways that we can train our brain against that is to ask ourselves what can go right. We can remind ourselves that we are safe. We can ground ourselves in our senses. We can pay attention to our environment. Also, go with a buddy. If you got a buddy that can go with you. Or a dog. But yeah, I feel like this is one of those things that's going to take some exposure to work on, so just do it in a way that feels comfortable, and then just focus on that sensation of improvement. Hopefully the anxiety will start to dwindle. Trigger warning. I just had a question. I had a dream about my brother. He's alive and well in real life. He's away from home. I had a dream last night that he committed suicide. What is my mind trying to tell me? Nothing in particular. The only thing that your mind is trying to tell you is that this is a frightening and scary situation that you don't want to happen. And sometimes that manifests itself into our dreams. It doesn't actually have to mean anything. The only thing that this is trying to tell you is that you love your brother and you want to see him alive and well. So call your brother, tell him you love him. He's in basic training. Can you send letters? Can you send him a letter? But yeah, it just sounds like this is just a manifestation of that fear, you know, he's away. He's doing something, you know, he's in training for the armed forces, and you're just worried about him is all. Just reach out to him in any way that you can. I know that sometimes you can send letters. They might not be available by phone. I'm not sure how basic training works. I've never been. I try not to obsess over dreams too much because it can really mess you up. That's true. That's true. Dreams might not mean a thing. Sometimes dreams just have a way of bringing things to the surface, some of our deep-seated fears. So it could be nothing aside from the fact that this is something that your brain was frightened of and it decided to show it to you while you were in a vulnerable state, such as sleeping. It had you sweating and hyperventilating. Well, yeah, because you care about your brother and you don't want anything bad to happen to him. But sometimes dreams can feel very real. Papa. Why do we constantly go through getting better, getting stronger, then a setback happens? Why can't we stay consistent in getting better and having no setbacks? A week ago, I was on a consistent up climb, and then this weekend I did nothing but eat and watch movies. Am I bipolar? Is this what bipolar person does? I'm so upset at myself because I just can't stay consistent all the time. Thanks, Papa. Alright, I got you. But I'm gonna be dropping some truth on you here, okay? I'm gonna be dropping some truth on you. There's nothing wrong with taking a weekend to do nothing but eat and watch movies. That's okay. Do you want to do that every weekend? Or every day? Probably not. But to just do that periodically, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. I think what you should look at is why should you be upset with yourself for not being consistent all the time? Are we making fair and reasonable demands of ourselves? We have to remember that we are human, and humans change gradually. Whenever we demand change of ourselves or of others, it doesn't really work. Failure is a part of success. You have to have defeats on your way to feeling victorious. Those setbacks are what allow you to revisit old ways of thinking and saying, okay, so I've had a setback, but I'm able to learn from it, and I'm able to use all of the things that I've done and practiced, and you bounce back. So what's important is that you do bounce back, and what you may notice is that you'll continue to have those moments where you feel like you take a step back. I allow myself to do this. This is something I allow myself to do. I realize that, I tend to have a dip when it comes to my productivity, my mood, my socialization in those dark and cold winter months. And so I just allow myself to do it. But then I bounce back once things start to get better. Once the weather starts to warm up and I can get outside more, I bounce back. And so it's okay to have ups and downs, but what you're trying to do is just make sure that you keep bouncing back. That's all you can do. You get knocked down, you get back up again. You get knocked down, you get back up again. And what you may notice is that every time you do get back up, you get up a little quicker. Life is all about those ups and downs. And that's kind of what makes life exciting. If you think of life like a roller coaster, you want the ups and downs because that makes for a more interesting roller coaster. If you get on a roller coaster and all it does is just go up, it just goes ting 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 ting, the little chain. It's not a very exciting roller coaster. Just a minute. Wouldn't that be so funny? You get on a roller coaster and it just takes you up. And then you have to get off at the top. You're like, alright, end of the ride. I wouldn't say that you're bipolar based on this, and I also wouldn't say that this is indicative of bipolar behavior. This is just human behavior. Relapse is a part of recovery. This is true. It's the first thing that came to mind when I started to read this. The big realization I have here is that you'll never not have setbacks. This is true. You will never not have setbacks, but what is important is how you respond to those setbacks. That's what life is all about. It's all about learning how to get back up again after you get knocked down. And not just staying down when you are down. Having the bravery and the strength to keep getting back up. I expect perfection from myself all the time, and I'm realizing it's not right to do that to myself. I think I have a TikTok that talks about this exact same thing. I don't know if you've heard, but I am on TikTok. I do post some shorts on there. Let me see if it'll load. Perfectionism? Something went wrong? Oh no, did I get banned? Okay, never mind, it's fine. Why do these have 0 views? What's wrong? Is my TikTok broken? Excuse me? What happened? I think it's just bugged. Perfectionism is a symptom of anxiety. Perfectionism is bad for you. It's basically demanding and expecting the impossible from yourself, because nobody's perfect, nothing is perfect. Perfectionism is actually a symptom of anxiety. It's actually linked to things like anxiety disorders, OCD, ADHD. It's a deficit. It harms us. What we want to be able to do is not fear failure. We want to try to view failure as a learning opportunity, a situation in which we can look back and say, okay, here's what I did wrong, and here's what I should do differently next time, so that I can become successful. You can't have success without failure along the way. What's my TikTok username? Brain Domain TTV. I'm trying to be friends with failure slowly but surely. Something to learn from, you know what I mean? Because you want to identify those moments. You want to identify those learning moments. Because just think about people who don't. Think about people who can't recognize their mistakes. Think about people who avoid accountability. People who avoid self-reflection. They just think that they're perfect. It's like, we don't want to be like them. I can't believe Hannah Montana taught me that nobody's perfect at such a young age, and I'm only coming to the realization at 25. Something I've said here before is that sometimes it's the simplest lessons in life that take the longest to learn. Love more, hate less. If you want to make friends, try being friendly. There's always going to be another mountain. You're always going to want to make it move. It's always going to be an uphill battle. And sometimes you're going to have to lose. It's not about how fast you get there. It's about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb.
In case you weren't convinced that we live in a matrix.
Hold on, what is going on here? Hold on, wait, what's going on here? I have to turn off the tone so I can hear this. What is this? What do you think of these declassified CIA documents? Does this prove that manifestation and the law of assumption is real?
There are CIA documents that tell you how to contact people telepathically, heal parts of your body using your mind, and remember forgotten memories. And all of the instructions for these live in a document that was declassified in 2003 called the Gateway Intermediate Workbook. In the late 70s and early 80s, the CIA was super interested in studying the psychic abilities of the mind. This document is wild. Look at this. To reduce pain signals. I'll move so you can pause this to read it if you want to. But what is this? Repeat the number 55515. There are diagrams instructing you how to exhale stale, used up energy out of your feet, how to perceive distant events and people, remote viewing. Again, I'll move so you can pause to read this if you want to. But the most interesting thing in all of this is that every single exercise starts with an affirmation. And the affirmation essentially states that we are more than our physical body, contrary to popular belief. Not only that, but the affirmation also asks non-physical entities for their protection. This document was part of the Gateway experiments. I put the link of that in my bio if you want to read the full document. Let me know what you think in the comments. Is there more to this, or was this a waste of resources? And follow for more like this.
This wouldn't be the first time that the government has co-opted things that you find in Eastern spiritual practices and then used them to their own benefit. Like when you're in the army, or if you're in like the special forces, they will teach you things like how to depersonalize and how to detach yourself from your feelings, and you know, things that you can learn in these sorts of spiritual practices, but they use it so that they can train you to become a more effective killer. That's why you can't trust them. That's why I can't trust them. How'd you get that declassified info, though? It was from the CIA.gov website. The Gateway Intermediate Workbook. Let's find it. Let's find it. It's on the CIA's website. CIA.gov. CIA did all sorts of stuff to try to figure out how to... I don't know, the CIA has done some weird stuff. All sorts of weird things. This is one of them. This is interesting stuff. I'm not sure what to think about it. Don't get me wrong, I like to believe in weird stuff. Like, I like to believe that there's... Well, I don't think it's weird. I think that there's, more than just the physical. I believe there's more out there that we can't perceive. But it's just really interesting to see the CIA trying to, like, quantify and document these types of things. You missed the Golden Kappa train. It was right at the start of the stream, too. It was a great way to start the day. To reduce emotional charge, close your eyes, inhale deeply, hold breath for a moment, and think of the calming, cleansing color green. Would this work if you're colorblind? This kind of just sounds like CIA documented yoga practices. This is the kind of stuff that they'll teach you if you were like, practicing like very spiritual, like yoga practices and meditation, and it was, a lifestyle for you. Things about, controlling the flow of your energy and things like that. Which, I mean... I like it, but I don't really like the CIA's version of it. CIA doesn't know how to have fun, that's the problem. I'm currently going to therapy, and I have been since September of 2023. And I've started to come to the conclusion that I really don't think my brain is wired correctly. I'm noticing I do not like the person I am, how I react to things, social interactions, inner monologue, etc. So I googled, what do I do when I don't know the answer to anything anymore, which led me to an article about adult children of dysfunctional families. I cried when I read the article, because I really felt I was reading the exact copy of my life, and it struck a trauma nerve. I've been depressed and feel like I'm going backwards in my mental journey, greatly insecure, and I'm always going to make the wrong decision, since I've never had a correct guide on life. Any advice or tips to dig myself out of this hole eventually? Thank you again. I got you. I've got you. So you're working on yourself, you're doing therapy, you're starting to recognize the patterns in your life, and you're working to change those patterns. These are all good things. One of the things that commonly happens when we are in the process of getting better is we start to feel worse. Not because we actually are getting worse, but because we're more aware of the things about us that we want to change. With increased awareness comes increased sensitivity to the things that we want to change about ourselves. We are more aware of them. They feel like more of a problem because now we know about them on a greater level. It doesn't mean that it's a greater problem. The problem was already there. We're just more aware of it. And so it feels like it's gotten worse. It feels like a bigger problem, but the only thing that you've done is put it under a microscope. You're taking a closer look at it, and so it feels bigger. This is why I always try to tell people when it comes to getting better, it doesn't feel like, oh, I feel so much better now. I feel great. You know, I feel wonderful. I was finally able to let those things go and get over it. At least not in the beginning. For many people, getting better feels strange. It feels like something's missing, something's different. I can't quite put my finger on it. I'm not quite sure. This is actually a sign that you are doing the things that you need to do, and you're also starting to reach out and access more help and more support, and these are great. These are things we want to see. And you're also learning that other people go through similar things that you've been through. And so I would hope that you feel good in knowing that you're not alone in these struggles. Our struggles feel a lot more unmanageable when we feel alone in them. Keep going to therapy, keep reaching out for support, keep reading. You've got this. You're on the path. It's just something that I've noticed to be true in myself, and it's something that I've also noticed in people that I've worked with, is that sometimes when you're getting better, you feel worse, at least in the initial phases. But that's just because you have more awareness of those problems. So, if your brain is wired incorrectly, you know what that means. It's time to start rewiring your brain. And that's what you're doing. You are rewiring your brain. That process is occurring right now as we're talking. Every time you go to therapy, every time you think back about things that have happened to you and you think about them a little bit differently, that is rewiring. Thinking in a different way is rewiring. That's what it feels like. Neuroplastic exercise. Exactly. Neuroplastic exercise. I want to provide you some reassurance, because you said that you feel really insecure, that you're always going to make the wrong decision since you've never had a correct guide in your life. But you started going to therapy. But you read an article about adult children of dysfunctional families and you started to learn more about the cycle of trauma. That's what you should be doing if you want to heal. And so you've got good instincts. And you're doing the things that you need to be doing. And I think in time you'll come to realize that. You'll be able to look back and say, I was glad that I did all those things, and I was glad that I did the work that I needed to do. When you revisit old wounds, they hurt. The only way to heal an old wound is to revisit it, is to take a look back at it. And they're saying, you know, Rookie Love says you're doing a good job, and I agree. I think you're doing a good job. You're doing a great job. Sorry, I'm a compulsive snacker. I just need to eat constantly during therapy. It gives me the fuel that I need. I would say just keep trying to learn more. Connect with people who have been through similar things. Find that support. It can take time to build up feelings of security if you're so accustomed to feeling insecure. So, I have some tips. I think you're ready for this tip. When it comes to changing ourselves, rewiring our brain, finding out who we are, and becoming who we feel like we're supposed to be, one of the things that can be really helpful is a technique known as visualization. What would you be like, or what would it feel like to be a version of you that was a little bit more healed? What would that look like? I think you're ready for this tip. No, it's true, because you don't want, when it comes to visualization, there's a stage in the therapeutic process where visualization will be the most effective. And I feel like that is the stage that you're coming up on. Visualization is really hard, especially in the beginning. So in my case, I found visualization really helpful when it came to that feeling of like climbing out of a hole. What would it feel like to be doing a little bit better? What would that version of you be thinking about? What would that version of you be doing? How would that version of you handle these problems that you're working on? What types of social interactions would this version of you have? What type of inner monologue would this version of you have? Because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to become this person. And if you want to become that person, you got to get to know them. And you got to learn how they think. You got to learn how they act. And you want to start incorporating those things into your life, into your thinking, so that you can grow into that person. What if you can't even imagine yourself like that, though? It's something you're always in the process of doing. And it's something that gets easier the more you feel like you're making some meaningful changes, the more you feel like you have a little bit of momentum. We want to take small but meaningful steps towards becoming the person that we feel like we ought to be. So even if it's just asking yourself, like, what would it feel like to be me if I was just a little bit happier, a little bit less anxious? What would that be like? If it doesn't come to you right away, then sit down and think harder. better me would be able to not react that everyone hates me when something happens. Who could possibly hate you? You're like the nicest person I've ever met. It's the first time my absentee in childhood father is taking care of my brother. My brother has trichotillomania. Trichotillomania. Compulsive hair pulling or hair plucking. People with trichotillomania, it is a symptom of anxiety, and they will compulsively pull out their own hairs. Also diagnosed with OCD because of that, and probably ADHD. These are all anxiety disorders. It all falls under the anxiety umbrella. I know I'm not supposed to, but I diagnosed him a long time ago as a narcissist, like our mother. Sometimes narcissists flock together in such a way. Sometimes if you have one parent who's a narcissist, you have another parent who's also a narcissist because they kind of attract one another. But I mean, if you're familiar with the signs and you're familiar with the traits, they're not that hard to spot in other people. Now, people can be narcissistic to different extents, but typically, if a person is just primarily interested in themselves and they just don't seem interested in how they make other people feel, and they have a hard time accepting accountability for the way that they make people feel, those are all narcissistic traits. Which we can all have from time to time, especially if we're raised by narcissists. If you're raised by people with narcissistic traits, you might inadvertently pick up some of those traits just by being exposed to them, so we all kind of owe it to ourselves to be mindful of our own narcissistic traits. I'm not calling you a narcissist or anything, but just telling you that's how it goes. My father is trying to clean and pack our home so that we can move. I'm on board, but my brother is less so. That makes sense. Your brother's dealing with a lot of anxiety, and if you're dealing with a lot of anxiety, it makes it really hard to do the things that you need to do, and it makes it hard to do things like clean and pack and... My dad spent the last 3 to 4 hours cleaning my brother's sprawl, realizing how many unopened gifts he has from our mother, and is having something of a fit. This is something, cleaning my brother's mess, that I've done in the past, so I'm not as livid, but it's my dad's first time just seeing how he lives. Letting the clothes pile up, the trash collect on the floor, and not caring who sees. I know my brother has his own mental issues, but you have to start with yourself, which is something he's not willing to do. Something he's never been willing to do. I've tried to keep myself out of his mess for the last 2 years, probably why it got so bad. But now that we're moving, it's like I have no choice but to get back in it. I managed to only fold a few clothes and then go to dinner because I'm trying my best not to clean up other people's messes. And that's fine. That's just having a good boundary for yourself. You know, especially if you've had to clean up their messes a lot in the past, and they don't really show much interest in cleaning up their own messes. I'm going to finish this question before I start weighing in, but I do have some things to say. My dad, however, is taking it poorly. In the process of cleaning his room, my dad found piles of torn to shred pants that had to be thrown away because of the trick. He started calling my brother the R word and losing his damn mind. That's never okay. It makes me worry about what he says about me behind my back, because I know one thing, I'm not perfect. Can I just say something before I've been trying to hold off and wait until the end to say stuff, but can I just say something? Is your father the best judge of character? Just given who he is, the role that he's had in your life, the way that he handles these types of stress, is this somebody that you really want to care how they feel about you? Are they somebody who is a valid and accurate judge of character? Like, we want our parents to like us, but sometimes our parents are dealing with their own mental issues, and we can't determine our own value or our own worth by how they value us. They have a distorted sense of what is valuable. My brother has torn out his hair and torn up clothes for as long as I can remember, so this doesn't upset me as much as it did him. He didn't grow up watching it. Right? I'm like, who is your dad even... How is he even able to blame or justify or make a comment? It's like he wasn't there. He was absentee. He wasn't around. So shouldn't he be blaming himself for this? It's like, if only someone was around to teach you how to clean your room. If only someone was around to teach you how to handle these feelings. He blames your mother? Convenient. Convenient. That's what narcissists do. It's never their fault. It's always someone else's fault. But my brother should be in therapy or trying anything to combat his trick, but he doesn't. Only he can decide when he's ready for change, and I tried to explain that to both of my parents. I tried to tell my brother that too. You have to want to change, but he seems content. I wouldn't say that he's content. He's manifesting his anxiety in a pretty severe and consistent way, and that just to me sounds like he's just coping. He's just surviving. And surviving isn't really living. Which is why I always chalk him up to being a narcissist, so sorry for bringing it up twice. I want the best for my brother, but the best he sees for himself is half a bottle of scotch a night and playing online with his friends, without paying his bills and placing that burden on our elderly parents. It's like, clearly that's not sustainable. And on some level he probably knows that. So eventually he's going to have to change. Life is going to make him change. So the question is he going to be ready for it? I don't really have a question, more or less just needed to vent my frustration out of hearing every complaint out of my father. I don't want to be, but I'm really self-conscious. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. If anything, you should be proud of yourself for having some self-awareness in a family that seems to have issues with self-awareness. You are the force that is working to break this cycle. So I would hope that you feel empowered by that. I just want better for my brother. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting better for the people in your family. But that's the thing about mental health, is you have to want it yourself if you're going to make it happen. Because it takes work, and it's hard, and it hurts. But it's worth it. So, a lot of people would rather just stagnate and watch their life slowly crumble away and cling to the things that they're able to. Then push through some of that emotional pain. Be accountable for the ways in which they are contributing to their own suffering, and then doing something about it. The thing about narcissists is that they adopt this victim mentality. And when you identify as a victim of circumstance, a victim of life, a victim of other people, it's just not helpful in the long run. And you have to be accountable for the ways in which your behaviors are affecting your life. This is a shitty situation to be in. Pardon my French, but that's just how I feel, and that's probably how you feel as well. This just sucks. Sometimes, in these types of situations, there isn't anything that you can do. Sometimes you literally have to just wait for it to get worse before they're finally willing to start accepting help. Which really sucks, and you hate to see that happen, but it's something I've seen many times, especially with these types of family dynamics. I would say focus on your life, try to live the best life you can, and then lead by example. Keep that door open. Be able to offer help in the ways that you feel comfortable to, but these aren't your problems to fix. You could go in and you could clean up that house top to bottom. You could scrub it like it's never been scrubbed before. And they'll just mess it up again. They have to want to keep it clean. You can't teach them that. They have to come to that on their own terms. What really sucks about mental health is that sometimes you have to allow people to experience the natural consequences of their actions. Like, you want to intervene, you want to save the day, you want to rescue, you want to be the hero. But you can't always do that. If a person makes choices in their life that lead them to a circumstance that is uncomfortable for them, sometimes they have to actually deal with the consequences of that. Honestly, I'm proud of you for working to break this cycle of abuse. It takes a lot of bravery, it takes a lot of courage, so good for you. The way that I view these types of situations is you're going to want to have some boundaries, some clearly defined and strong boundaries. Like, I will help you in the ways that I can, but you also have to want to help yourself. I'm not going to come in and just tell you what you need to do, and I'm not just going to come in and clean up all your messes. But yeah, it sounds like your brother has a lot of symptoms of anxiety, and if he wants him to get better, he should work on them. So, I mean, if anything, like I said, you just want to try to lead by example. Just be like, hey, you know what, I used to deal with some of the things that you're dealing with, but I went and I worked on it, and I talked to people about it, and I got help, and I got better. So if you want to do that, I can show you what you need to do, but I can't make you do any of that. I can't make you want to do it. Just lead by example. Just feels like a mess of a situation in which everybody's just pointing fingers and blaming each other for the problems that they're in. And I'm sorry, but if you're an absentee father and you just show up in your adult children's lives and then you feel like you have place to say anything about how they're living their life, I'm sorry, but it doesn't really work that way. You don't get to choose to just not be a part of someone's life and then come in and act like they're living their life wrong. It's like, you're part of why they are the way they are. You abandoned them. You're part of the reason why they're having these issues. I believe in you. I've been going through a lot. I've been a questioner here a couple times. I just want to lie down under my blanket and relax today. Is that valid? Yes. Yes, it is. Good on you for listening to your body and listening to what it needs from you. One of the things that I found helpful personally is that if I have a day where I feel like I just need to lay down and just not do anything for a little while, I try to at least, like, give myself a time limit. I'm like, alright, if I'm just gonna lay in bed and doom scroll, I'm gonna give myself, you know, like, how long do I need? Like, how long do I need before I can get back up and do a couple things so that I can at least feel somewhat productive today? Like, maybe I won't do a whole lot. Maybe I'll just take the trash out. Maybe I'll just, you know, change the litter boxes or something. I won't do anything too over the top. Nothing that takes me more than just a few minutes. I feel guilty, but I think I just need to decompress. Do it. Do it. I can sit here and tell you that you shouldn't feel guilty, But you need to come to that realization yourself. You shouldn't feel guilty for taking time for self-care. It's essential. You need it. So don't feel guilty about it.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill.
You are valid in this. You are valid in that. Now, of course, we don't want to lay down in bed and not do anything for the rest of our life. But if you need to do it for a couple hours, if you need to do it for a day, go for it. Just use some of that time to think about, okay, what do I want to do when I get up? How do I hold myself accountable if I don't have and or feel comfortable asking the people in my life to do so? I feel like it's not really up for other people to hold us accountable. And I feel like other people also have a hard enough time holding themselves accountable. And so we can't have that expectation that other people will hold us accountable. We all struggle with accountability. For me, when it comes to accountability, what I try to do is just be aware of the way in which my actions, the ways in which my words have an effect on my life, have an effect on my wellness, but also have an effect on the wellness of others. Being accountable, it just, like, what does being accountable even mean? What does being accountable mean to you? To me, it means having an awareness of the role that we play in the condition of the life that we are living. In what ways am I contributing to the situation that I am in? You need an accountability buddy? Me too. You want to be my accountability buddy? I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I guess what matters here is what type of person do you want to be? What type of life do you want to live? What type of person do you want to be? How do you want to treat others? How do you want to treat yourself? And then in being accountable, you want to take a look at, okay, what am I doing? What am I saying? Is this in line with the person that I'm trying to be? Is this one of those, if you're concerned about being accountable, you're probably already being accountable things? It could be. It could be. I guess for me, my biggest tool in proper accountability, and I say proper accountability because we have issues when it comes to accountability. Sometimes we assign accountability to other people. Sometimes we falsely assume accountability when we actually had nothing to do with the situation. We call that personalization. So when it comes to proper accountability, I just try to be mindful. And I try to reflect on the things I say and reflect on the things I do. And I just ask myself, is this helping or is this hurting? It's a question I've asked myself probably 1,000,000 times by now. Is this helping or is this hurting? If it's helping, good. If it's hurting, why are we doing it? What do we want to do instead? How do I deal with someone being hot and cold? How do I deal with someone being hot and cold? We've only known each other for a couple months, and have hung out maybe 5 times, but only when they initiate. Ah, that makes sense. I've stopped making efforts to hang out or reach out as there is always an excuse. They don't text unless they want to hang, but they ask to game together often. Gaming's a shared hobby of ours and a nice way to chat and have fun remotely. So maybe that's just their way of bonding with me. We're both busy adults, and we are still just getting to know each other, so I've just been trying to give them space and focus on myself. But whenever I'm ready to write this person off and decide maybe they aren't into me past gaming, they come around again and I fall back into a loop. I really like this person and it's great when we are together, but I can't help but feel like this is a pattern that's making me unstable. I miss them. Is this just my anxious attachment being activated? Or am I being played as a fool? Do I have no chill? Speculation, welcome if you want to tell me why I'm like this. Always here for a read. Thanks, Papa. This could be your anxious attachment getting activated. It's honestly really keen of you to even be aware of that and to mention that. So, I would say, when it comes to a relationship that we have with somebody, different relationships operate on different levels. Some people are like this. Some people crave things to be deeper, and they want that more, acknowledged and more, deepened levels of connections. It's okay to have a friend that's just a gaming buddy. I have friends who are just gaming buddies. I also have friends that I can sit down with and talk about whatever it is that's on my mind. But they don't have to be the same person. I would say that one of the things that we want to be mindful of whenever we are working on a relationship or building a relationship with someone, to just try to set realistic expectations for that relationship. Not every friend needs to be your best friend. You'll have friends that you can go to when you want to talk about something personal, when you're looking for help or support, or you just want a compassionate ear. And then you may have friends that only want to hang out when there's a party going on. And that's okay, they're just party friends. You have different friends for different situations. Cutie Cheeks found it interesting that you're considering cutting them off. I also find that interesting. I really had to understand this because I felt like they hated me if they weren't how I imagined them to be. People are very rarely the person that we imagine them to be. People very rarely live to the image that we create in our head of who they are. The way that I like to view that when it comes to worrying about people hating me, I just trust that they will tell me if they do. If they don't tell me that they hate me, then I assume that they don't hate me. And then if they do tell me that they hate me, I just assume that they're wrong. Penny? Are you okay, Penny? Are you okay, Penny? Do you need something? Penny? Come here. Come here. Come here, little dog. Little dog, come here. Penny, come here. Now Penny's being hot and cold. I don't know how to deal with that. If you enjoy the relationship as it is and you enjoy the time that you do spend together, that is what matters. If you want to take it further, you want it to progress, you want to go deeper with it, but the other person doesn't seem interested in that, that's okay. That doesn't mean that they don't like you, that doesn't mean that they don't enjoy spending time with you. So we just want to make sure we're not confusing those two things. Just because someone doesn't want to go deeper into a relationship with us doesn't mean they don't like us. They may have their own insecurities that they're dealing with. They may have their own problems that they're struggling with. They may have their own reasons for not going deeper into a relationship. And it may have nothing to do with you. I would just try to enjoy what it is. Also, it's still relatively new. We've only known each other for a couple months. You've only spent a few months getting to know him. Just think of how long we spend trying to get to know ourselves, and how little we still feel like we know about ourselves. I guess what I'm getting at here is I wouldn't assume anything negative. I wouldn't assume that they secretly hate you or they don't want to spend time with you. It's just, for whatever reason, they have the boundary that they do. So you can, you know, respect their boundary and you can have the relationship that you do have. And just see where things go in the future. I don't know, maybe they have their own insecurities and they only feel comfortable having these types of like surface level relationships. And then maybe when they start to feel like things are getting too real, they back off. I don't know. I just wouldn't try to take it personally. This to me just seems like it's this other person trying to deal with their own insecurities, and so I don't know. If you enjoy spending time, you know, playing games with them, that's fine. Like I said, I have friends where the only time we hang out, the only time we talk is when we're playing games together. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I wouldn't do is just cut them off just because you're not as close as you feel like you should be. That to me just sounds like an avoidant behavior. So I wouldn't do that. That's what I would say. I would not do that. I need people to play games with. What games do you play? What games do you play? Just had a phone session with a counselor. My first session with employer-provided assistance. I was really nervous about it, and at one point I heard a man's voice in the phone, even though the counselor is a woman. I got scared and blurted, "Is somebody listening?" And she seemed very offended as she reassured me it was just her, but then I stupidly asked whether the call is recorded, and then she asked if I wanted to continue the call, and I said no. I realized later it was probably my own voice coming back to me on my cell phone. Session 2 is in 2 weeks, but she didn't even sound keen on hearing from me again. Should I find someone else? I would say give it a try again. It just sounds like there was just a little bit of a misunderstanding, and that's okay. What we want to try to do is be able to work past misunderstandings through communication rather than just cut people off in our life every time there's a misunderstanding. If we do that, we're going to quickly find ourselves very lonely, very isolated. Honestly, I feel like this could help you come to a better mutual understanding of one another, and this could actually be a good opportunity to practice talking through some of this kind of things. One of the things that I always enjoyed doing whenever I would do therapy with people is clear up misunderstandings, because it gave us an opportunity to practice conflict resolution skills. We actually got to use our communication skills and work through a problem and develop a better understanding of each other. And that's kind of what therapy is all about. It's kind of what you're there to try to learn how to do. I would just say, since you were really nervous, that's probably why you reacted the way that you did, because you had your guard up. And that's okay. That's normal. But this will give you an opportunity to let your guard down a little bit and to talk about it, and maybe talk about why you felt so guarded, talk about why you felt nervous. These are all things that can be helpful to talk about in therapy. I would say stick with it. I would say stick with it because this gives you an opportunity to practice clearing up misunderstandings. This gives you an opportunity to, learn and remember that just because we have a miscommunication, we have a misunderstanding, that doesn't have to be the end of the relationship. These are things that we want to learn to be able to talk through and work on in a healthy way. So I personally think it would be good to go back to the same one. And if the therapist didn't sound keen on hearing from you again, it's probably because they felt that you didn't want to talk to them. So I feel like, give it a try. I would say just give it a try. When it comes to a therapeutic relationship and we want to make sure that this is the right therapist for me and that we're going to click and that we're going to be able to understand each other, I would say how many sessions do you want to do before you figure that out? Part of me feels like you should at least try 2 sessions with a therapist before deciding that you want to go to a different one, if that's feasible. Sometimes that first session just isn't it, but then, the second session, things might get better. But if the second session just still isn't it, then that's probably a good indicator that you might want to look elsewhere. But I would say it was probably just, nerves in that first session. But yeah, I think that you can, talk to each other and you can, work through this misunderstanding, and then maybe you'll both be able to have a laugh about it. I heard a pupper. Yeah, I've got some in here, actually. I've got the dog in here with me. Okay, before this question, I need to run to the restroom again. So, cat interlude.
No! No.
Give him
They
the chicken.
are my chicken.
Give him the chicken.
No.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure.
Barney! Barney, no! What is this? Barney! Barney, that is sugar. Oh my god. Who were you, Pablo in another life?
When will the biscuits be ready? Thank you.
You shouldn't be up there, should you?
Bruh. What are you doing?
Ow! Xena! Instead of putting out pumpkins and ghosts this year for Halloween, Heather... Want to say something? You do?
Oh no! No!
I didn't know you could do that. Ow. It's just a sock.
Remy, are you okay? You okay, Remy?
Open your mouth and see what your cat does.
Where is everybody?
Don't do a deep that Bitap Dukat ito idi. We will then today have to know Bitap Dukat. Bitap
Your lip balm down.
Jenny, one more present for you. Present. You ready?
Okay, you gotta open
Open
it.
the present, Katie.
Okay. Doing it. It's just my Nothing.
Sleep around you now, cat.
Kimba.
Can I have my nose back?
Kimba.
Okay, no, I won't move. Ow.
Is she biting you harder?
Haven't you bothered me enough, you big banana head?
Kiki.
Did you get stuck?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse.
El Simón con una araña, pollito. ¡Simón! ¡No!
Oh, okay, okay.
Don't leave me here. My house. My dog.
What do you want?
A chocolate.
You want what?
A chocolate.
Oh, you poor thing.
Syndra. Oh, hey Syndra. Everybody look who's here. Look who's here. Aww. Oh. She's a cuddler. She's a cuddler. She's latched onto me. She was laying on the bed and I picked her up and she just latched on. Syndra, are you ready to take some questions? Syndra, are you ready? Ready to get back to it? She said no. She said more snubbles, please. Syndra. She's so sweet. Aw, there she goes. She's purring. She's a quiet purr. You have to listen closely, but. Syndra's bonded to me. Oh, hey, baby. She's so cute. Gonna sit on my lap? Cats are fun, aren't they? They've got their own little personality and temperament. Like Syndra, she's different from the other kitties. She's more timid and shy, but she's also very sweet. She likes to snuggle. She's very skittish. I've also never had a cat where if you like pick them up and then set them somewhere, Syndra will just stay there. Like normally you pick a cat up and you... Like if I were to get up from my chair, I could pick her up and set her in my chair and she would just sit in my chair and then wait for me to get back. And then she would let me pick her back up and put her in my lap again. Whereas other cats, I feel they would get up and run off. She's a great lap kitty. Oh, I've got dogs in the green screen. Atticus, come on, I don't have anything for you. Get out of here. What do you want, a Cuban sandwich potato chip? He kind of does want it, I think. I think he wants the Cuban sandwich potato chip. But he's not getting it. Alright, we've got some questions left in the box. Let's get to them, shall we? I've been smoking weed for almost 8 years. I'm only 22. So since you're about 14? Is my math right? Yeah, about 14. On a multiple times a daily basis. I'm at a point if I don't smoke all day, I still feel like I'm coming down and only feel a normalcy once I take one hit. I've considered rehab, but don't have the money and frankly support, or in my opinion, the time. Is this something I might be able to manage on my own with time and perseverance? Yes. I would say yes. Or should I truly make the time to go and get help? Getting help and getting support might not mean going to full-out rehab. But, you know, having people that you can talk to, having people that you can get support from, those are always helpful when it comes to changing a habit or dealing with an addiction. This is also a really good indicator and a really good example of what it is that regular weed use does to a person. Is that after a while of using it, similar to other substances, you start to need it just to feel normal. You don't really get high anymore, or if you do, it's not quite to the level or the intensity or the duration that you used to experience. What I recommend to people, especially when they're coming off of weed, is to just taper off. Set yourself an amount that you will do in a given day, and then keep that standard. The goal here is to basically wean yourself off of it. What I would say, what I would recommend is, and this is coming from somebody who's smoked a lot of weed, okay? So I get it. Instead of getting up and then smoking weed right away. What you would want to try to do instead is wait as long as you can before you finally do smoke. It'll change the whole trajectory of your day. Like me personally, as a grown adult who lives in a legal state, I feel like I have a good working relationship with weed. I like to do it at the end of the day, or if I'm not doing it at the end of the day, it's a day where I don't really have to do anything. It really does impact your productivity. What we don't want is for it to feel like it's something that we need every single day in order to function. We just don't like to have that relationship with substances. That just can create a lot of feelings of anxiety. You know, to feel like you can't function without something. You've seen your weed usage go down just by doing it after work and at night. Also, another thing I can recommend, since what we're talking about is tapering off, and we're trying to, you know, not use as much. Because that's how you start the process. If you just quit cold turkey, that may work, but it may also cause you a lot of stress, and it may lead you to resuming your behaviors as they were. So I would say just go as long as you can every day before you smoke. And then when you do smoke, allow yourself the time to actually feel it. One of the things that I notice that people will do when they smoke too much is they will smoke, and then before they even have time for the stuff that they just smoked to kick in, they're already smoking again. I wouldn't say that you need rehab per se, because when I think rehab, I think of the more like physically addictive substances. I also think of the type of stuff that you need to be medically supervised while you're withdrawing from the substances, which you don't need for weed. Stuff like alcohol, benzos, those types of substances, or like opioids, you actually need medical supervision while you're in the withdrawal process. So I view weed addiction as more of like a mental or emotional addiction. I honestly feel like it's smoke all day or nothing for me. I can't moderate it at all. And if I'm about to run out, I'm just going to smoke everything I have left, which makes absolutely no logical sense, but it's just how I operate. Well, it's good that you're aware of that pattern. So good that you're aware of that pattern. I would just try to set some reasonable expectations for yourself. Making gradual changes to your existing routine are what will help you to form a new routine in the long run. So if you wake up and the first thing that you feel like you need to do is smoke, make yourself wait. Self-control is something that you can build. You might not feel that self-control right now, but that doesn't mean that you can't develop it. It doesn't mean that you can't learn that skill. So I guess I would consider, what type of relationship do you want to have with weed? It's one of the ways that I like to view substance use. What type of relationship do I want to have with this substance? What role do I want it to play in my life? But if you make a meaningful effort yourself to try to get free from it, then maybe look into, and it just feels like it's not working, then maybe look into getting some more support. You'd surprise yourself, though. You'd surprise yourself how these things might be able to change. Might take a few weeks. Might take a few months. But you can change. Just try to let go of the belief that you cannot change. There's nothing harder than changing when you believe you can't do it. Me personally, I find smoking weed much more enjoyable at the end of the day. I feel like I've earned it that way, if that makes sense. I knew a girl who I was really into, but she had a boyfriend. Months later, I ran into her, and she had just broken up with her boyfriend and made a point to tell me about it. We hung out that night, but then at a party, some guy grabbed her and took her away. I feel like an idiot and kind of an asshole for not realizing what was happening. I did end up getting closer to her, but she told me that she had been raped. Didn't see it until it was way too late, but it was her ex that night. I feel at fault because I could have stopped it. Let me just say something very clearly. You aren't at fault. The only person at fault here is the person who committed the sexual assault. That is the only person to blame here. Do not blame yourself. You do not blame the victim. You blame the person who did this. Had you have known that that was what was going to happen, you probably would have done something. If this guy came up and said, I'm going to sexually assault this woman, and then walked away with her, I would be willing to bet that you would have done something. But you didn't know. How could you have? It's not your fault. But I understand why you would feel that way. This is a very common thing that happens in these types of situations, is we feel a sense of guilt about not doing something, or doing something to prevent it. But how could we have known? It's too bad we can't just see who rapists are. Do you think that we should make them tattoo it on their forehead? Like, maybe if you rape someone, part of your punishment should be that you get the word rapist tattooed across your forehead. Is that ethical? I'm sad to hear that she went through that, and I'm... You don't need to feel guilty, and you're not at fault. I would just say, try to be supportive of her. She's going through a really hard time, and she had a terrible thing happen to her. So just be there for her. Just be supportive of her. Sickening. Sickening. Cutie Cheeks is right. You can also take this and then just look for those red flags and warning signs in the future. Be the best support you can. That's all I can say. You didn't do anything wrong. Damn. Sorry to hear that that happened. Cinder is giving me love bites. Oh, hey, baby. She wants more pets, I fear. I'm not diagnosed with one, but I absolutely struggle with an eating disorder. And I need to have specific I'm not diagnosed with one, but I absolutely struggle with an eating disorder. And I need to have a specific meal pattern, and I cannot eat anything after a certain time, or I feel like I'd gain weight or weigh more the day after when I weigh myself in the morning. Today I only had a really small breakfast before the gym, and now I'm feeling really hungry, but I don't feel like I deserve to eat. I don't know what to do. Talk to someone about this. This is a serious thing. I would like to see you talking to people about this. Because there's going to be some things that you're going to need to work through. Like, why is it that you feel like you don't deserve nutrients? You don't deserve sustenance? Typically, when you work with somebody who has an eating disorder, there are multiple things going on. We want to talk about your relationship with food, but then also your relationship with your body image. What I would recommend to do is talk to somebody who knows about eating disorders. A specialist. But also, please stop weighing yourself so constantly. Weighing yourself constantly is terrible for you. The amount that a person's body weight will fluctuate over the span of a day is enough to drive you mad if you're obsessively weighing yourself. You can your weight can fluctuate 10 pounds or more just based on how much water is in your system. Or how much poop is in your colon. Also, you need to eat, because if you don't eat, what ends up happening is your body goes into starvation mode and then it starts to conserve. And so you actually might not lose weight because your body's going into starvation mode and it's trying to conserve its calories. Just try not to focus so much on that number of how much you weigh. If you're waking up in the morning and then weighing yourself, and then you're eating and then weighing yourself, and then going to the gym and then weighing yourself, that is an unhealthy relationship that you have entered with your scale. You have entered an abusive relationship with your scale. It's okay to have a balanced diet, and it's okay to have specific meal patterns, but we want to make sure that we're getting all of our nutrients, and we want to make sure we're getting enough calories depending on our level of activity. But yeah, I would definitely recommend talking to somebody about this. I sometimes feel like I need permission to eat. I hate what this society has done to people, especially what it has done to women. It affects both men and women, but women tend to get the worst of it. This obsession with body weight and body image. Let me just say that pursuit of like a perfect body is a journey that you will never complete. When you look at people who are ridiculously fit, they don't feel fit. When you look at somebody who's ridiculously strong and they have like bodybuilders and they have all these muscles, the reason why they keep doing that, the reason why they keep lifting and they keep getting bigger is because they feel small. Or like people with anorexia, they keep getting thinner, but they keep feeling bigger. I wrote myself a note that I look at every day that says, "Don't worry, food is never a reward. You deserve to eat." You do. You do deserve to eat. If you feel like you have to deserve to eat, I would really take a look at why you feel that way. Because that's something you're going to want to challenge within yourself. That's going to be something you're going to want to work on. We all need to eat. And just refraining from eating or restricting your eating isn't going to give you the results that you need. It's not going to help you lose the weight that you're trying to lose. It's not going to help you get the body that you're looking for. It's not going to make you feel better. It's just going to leave you nutritionally deficient, tired all the time, feeling miserable. I feel like I look different in every mirror. I feel fucking insane. Let me just say that as someone who also has weird feelings when they look into a mirror, you're far from alone on this. But what has helped me feel more grounded and in tune with my body, yoga, meditation. You want to celebrate that which your body is capable of doing rather than punish yourself for the state that your body is in. There's nothing wrong with wanting to lose weight or wanting to look a certain way. Just please make sure that you're doing it in a healthy way and that you're getting all of the nutrients that you need. Because the last thing that I would want to see a person do to themselves is lose all of the weight that they're trying to lose, and then they have a body that they feel like they want. Maybe they might not, because that's just the way our brain works, is it always wants more and more and more. But the last thing I would want to see is somebody restrict themselves for so long that now they're having issues with their organs because they've been depriving themselves of necessary nutrients for so long. Anorexia is the deadliest mental illness there is. That's why I say talk to somebody who knows what who specializes in eating disorders. It's no joke. If you know that it's a mental thing, then start working on changing it. The reason why I recommend yoga is because it helps you feel in tune with your body. And what you want to do is you want to feel capable and in touch and in tune with your body. That is what's more important. The amount that you weigh is not as important as just feeling comfortable in the form that you inhabit. Also, don't do it for anybody else's benefit. Do it for how you want to feel, whatever makes you feel happy. But also, just remember that no matter what shape or size you are somebody's something. No matter what shape or size you are, that is what somebody's into, so. I already do yoga, but I do it because I feel like I have to exercise. Try to do it in just a more relaxing and meditative way. It is exercise, but it doesn't have to be like, this is for burning fat, this is for, you know, it's about feeling more in tune and more comfortable with your body. If you're hungry, eat. That's what your body's trying to tell you. I need nutrients, feed me. And then what I've heard some cultures recommend, that they say it is helpful for you to do, is to stop eating when you feel about 80% full. To change us, to prevent us from overeating. I'm trying to change that mindset too. Just keep it up. Just keep it up. Just keep working on it. You'll get there. Just be kind to yourself. Above all else, please be kind to yourself. We don't want to make unrealistic demands and expectations of ourselves. Life shouldn't be a punishment. You haven't done anything wrong. You're just trying to live. You're just trying to be happy. You're just trying to be comfortable. Sorry for dumping. Oh, you know the rules. I don't allow apologies. I had a memory come back that my mother made me only drink Slim Fast for a couple months when I was like 13 because she decided I was fat. That is so fucked up. You were 13. You were going through puberty. Your body's dealing with hormonal changes and growth spurts. Of course you're not going to be physically perfect. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is wrong with people? Whenever I write a book, that's what I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it What is Wrong with People? And I'm going to talk all about what is wrong with people. How to fix it. That's the goal. She also made me do Weight Watchers in my teens, and if I didn't lose weight at the weigh-in, I would get punished. I'm fucking gagged. I'm gagged. Penny. Penny. Penny, enough boofing. Enough. Enough choffing. We're done. I'm gagged. I'm gagged, I fear. Sugar, do you ever wake up in the morning and you're like, ah, thank God I'm not my mother? Do you ever do that? Is she reverse seizing? No, she's making little angry barks. She's pissed. She heard about what Sugar's mom used to do. Penny's fucking pissed. I don't know who needs to hear this today, but you deserve to eat. Don't ask yourself, do I deserve this? Yes, you do deserve it. It is nutritional. You need it to survive. Don't view food as a reward and as a punishment. View it as fuel. It is something essential. It's an important part of keeping your machine going. This is why I recommend like counseling and therapy when it comes to this type of stuff, because you need to work on making that distinction. Does your computer go, do I deserve electricity? Right? Period. I want to eat right now, but I'm scared of turning it into a binge. Then practice portion control. Take what you want to eat and just put it in a bowl or in a plate. Make yourself a reasonable, decent-sized portion. Don't do like me. Don't be like me and just grab the whole bag of potato chips. That's what I like. If you're gonna have, put it in a bowl. Control your portion size. I think that mindful eating can help with those binge feelings, because when you're binging, you're just kind of doing it mindlessly. You're just kind of, you know, quantity over quality. What can also be helpful in dealing with binging behaviors is remove all distractions while you're eating. When you're eating, just focus on eating. If you're like watching something or doing something else while you're eating, you tend to eat more than you would. Me personally, and this may sound weird, me personally, I don't mind gaining a little bit of weight. Because then it just gives me something to do. It gives me something to work on. Like, I guess I get to go work on my fitness. Penny, please. We're trying to do something here. I'd have a mental breakdown if I gained weight right now. That to me says that you have worries that exist elsewhere in your life that you are transferring onto your body image. When we have problems in our life that we feel are outside of our control, we sometimes redirect them into areas of our life where we feel that we have more control, like eating and our weight, our figure. It's part of the reason why people self-harm. It's to establish a sense of control in their life. This all ties back to anxiety, right, Penny? Right, Penny? It's all anxiety, isn't it? Penny, get over here. Come here. Come here. Hey. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. But do yourself a favor, get rid of your scale. I used to weigh myself obsessively. And it's unhealthy to do. Your weight just fluctuates too much. Focus on how you feel in your body instead. That's what yoga is for. It's not mine. I didn't say you had to throw it away. Just get it out of here. If you don't want to listen to me, listen to Penny. She says, eat when you want to eat. Eat when you're hungry. Don't just eat because you're bored. Eat because you need fuel. Sorry? Sorry? If I could never eat again, I would choose that, TBH. Eating is supposed to be enjoyable. There's a reason why it is enjoyable. Your body gives you reward chemicals for doing things that are helpful for your survival. You're supposed to enjoy eating. Even if you didn't have to eat, even if you never had to eat again, your anxiety would just find something else to worry about. So I would say, focus on tackling that underlying anxiety. Try to sniff it out, find out where it's coming from. She licked my lens. Oh, Penny. Accountability questioner here. I struggle taking my mindfulness and putting it into action. I find myself laying on my bed knowing I should get up and do things, but won't. I watch the time pass and just feel bad. I'm stuck in a loop of doing nothing, and then one day I just deep clean, do laundry, and plan ahead. I wish my inspiration and motivation would stay put. I guess I phrased it as accountability because I lack motivation to do things for myself. Ah, so it's a motivation thing. Okay. Hold on for a minute. Hang on for a second. What you're doing is you are starting to practice being mindful, and that is how you become as mindful as you need to be to really work on these things in a really significant and meaningful way. Just doing things like being aware of your own behavioral patterns and being aware of the fact that if I don't get up and I just watch the time pass, I'm going to feel bad. So just continue to build and grow on that mindfulness. Mindfulness can come into the form of, you're laying in bed and you know that you should get up, so you tell yourself, if I do this, it's going to make me feel bad. Do I want to feel bad? No, I don't want to feel bad. Then what could I do instead? Inspiration and motivation are things that you just need to continue to cultivate and allow them to grow. Just keep trying to build them. The way that we build motivation, the way that we build inspiration, is through cultivating discipline. What I find to be most helpful in this is when you start a routine, don't give up just when it gets difficult. Because that's one of the things we do, is we start trying to do things, we find motivation to start a process, but then we give up once it gets difficult. So my example would be, I try to walk the dogs more regularly, but then if it was cold outside, I would make an excuse and I would say, well, it's too cold. I don't need to do it. I don't need to walk the dogs. Or I could put on a coat and go do it anyway. And then I would feel even more satisfied afterwards because not only did I do what I needed to do, I also changed my thinking, pushed myself outside of my comfort zone, and I'm building discipline. So just keep finding opportunities where you can continue to expand your comfort zone and do things that might be difficult. Just push yourself a little bit. I feel like you're in a good place. You do have that motivation because eventually you do get up and you do clean and laundry and do the things you need to do, so that's good. Sometimes people just continue to not do things, and things end up getting really bad. Just keep doing what you gotta do, and if you find yourself in a situation where you really don't want to do something, make yourself do it anyway. There's a saying that I've heard when it comes to therapy. If you feel like you don't need to go, or you feel like you don't want to go to therapy that day, that's a really good indicator that you probably should go to therapy that day. It's just like going to the gym. It's just like walking the dogs. It's just like doing your dishes. Sometimes you just have to do stuff that you don't want to do. What happens if you start being too much outside your comfort zone? See, now you're thinking too far ahead. We're just talking about a slow and gradual expansion of our comfort zone. But then anxiety is just like, well, what if worst case scenario? It's like, don't worry about that yet. Sorry? The only way that you can expand your comfort zone is by doing things that make you uncomfortable. The way that I think of it is like physical exercise. So like if you want to build a habit where you go to the gym regularly, that will mean making yourself go to the gym on days where you really don't want to go to the gym. There's nothing actually stopping you from going aside from that you just really don't want to do it. But you have to do it anyway. And that is why mental health is a challenge. Because you can't make a person want to do those things. You can't make a person build their willpower to that degree. So I guess just try to start viewing those opportunities and those situations in which you are uncomfortable, and view those as situations where you can learn about yourself. Take those and learn from them and allow them to be opportunities for growth. Okay, period. That's all I have to say about that. Honestly, questioner, I like your trajectory. I think you've got a good trajectory. Struggling to take your mindfulness and putting it into action, that's the expected outcome when you're in the process of learning how to do that. It's just like learning how to lift a weight. Like, if you were to go to the gym and you try to pick up the biggest, heaviest weight you can find, and then you can't lift it, and you're like, ugh, I'm never gonna be strong. I'm never gonna be fit. Can't lift this big-ass weight. It's like, no, work your way up. Work your way up, you'll get there. My biggest thing when it comes to rotting in bed, which I've been there and I do it myself, I set a timer for myself. It's like, all right, if I have to lay down, if I have to just doom scroll, if there's nothing else that I could be doing, I just need to lay in bed for a little while. How much time do I need? Just set a time limit. Just keep at it, and you'll get where you need to go. Syndra, why do good people think bad of themselves while bad people think good of themselves? This is an interesting question, because it also makes you think this is probably why good people have a hard time feeling good about themselves. Why do good people have a hard time feeling good about themselves, and why do bad people have a hard time feeling bad about themselves? I went to a bunch of anti-procrastination classes and they talked about eating the ugliest frog first. That is such a weird way to describe it. That's honestly kind of weird to me that they would describe it that way. Then CBT was like, make a list and rate the things, how long, how hard, how urgent, and it was so confusing and long. Now I'm like, just make a list and do something and the other things will flow. See, that's what I'm all about. I'm all about momentum. I'm all about momentum. Start doing something, and then once you're done with that thing, try to do another thing. See how much you can do. See how far you can go. When you feel like you're done, you're done. See, me personally, I find it easier if, like, I have things that I need to do. Rather than start with the hardest one, I'll start with something easier just to, like, get the ball rolling. Just to start feeling, you know, the juices flowing. I just feel like, me personally, if I were to start with the biggest and, you know, worst thing on the to-do list, it would just make me delay even more. And make it even harder to get started. It would make it even hardy to get starty. I do like this question though, because it reminds me of a realization I had that bad people think good of themselves, so why should I think bad of myself? I'm not a bad person. I think that one of the reasons why good people are good is because they don't want to be a bad person. And they're very aware of the things that they do that could be perceived as bad, or they're very aware of the ways in which they may hurt people. It's that vigilance of the self that motivates people to do good. Whereas people who are bad, they justify and they rationalize and they externalize and they project. It's like, well, if I'm a bad person, it's only because you made me a bad person, or you made me do the thing, or you deserved to have that thing done to you. We're all caught up. We're all caught up with the questions. Penny, do you need out of the room? Do you need out of the room, Penny? I feel like sometimes bad people think they'll lose in life if they act good. For me, it's like a house of cards, you know, if you admit to one thing, or if you admit that you were wrong about one thing, they feel like it puts everything else that they've ever said or done under scrutiny, and that's why people double down. It's why people just continue to delude themselves. Rationalization is a powerful thing. Just reminds me of like Nuremberg. Reminds me of like Nuremberg. You think of like the people who worked at the concentration camps, the people who like fought for the Nazis, and they're like, well, I was just following orders. People are always externalizing blame for their own actions. "34 months, Mr. Kane. 34 months. You missed the Golden Kappa hype train earlier. Do we have some Golden Kappas in the room? Where are my Golden Kappas at? 34 months? Are you kidding? I know I say this every time, but 34 months? It's almost 3 years? You missed a Golden Kappa? It happened right at the start of my stream, too. It was wild. I just had our negotiator tell me I wish everyone knew as much about their cases as you do. That's when you look at him in the eye and you say, that's why I'm going to be a great lawyer one of these days. Where my Golden Kappas at? Chad, if you got a Golden Kappa, show it off. Let's see it. Show those Golden Kappas. Can OCD cause low and depressive moods, or is it the other way around? It can. It can. Okay. OCD is an anxiety disorder, but the thing about anxiety is that it doesn't necessarily mean that you are revved up. We tend to associate anxiety with, like, I'm on edge, I'm ramped up, I'm elevated, but anxiety can actually be exhausting. It's exhausting to have to be anxious, or to have to overanalyze, or to have these obsessive and compulsive behaviors. Those can be depressing, those can be draining. So yes, OCD can cause low and depressive moods. If OCD is behavioral by nature, then will fixing my OCD help to produce certain levels of chemicals in your brain? Yeah. Change your brain and you change the way you feel. Does exposure therapy change the level of neurotransmitters in your brain? It can. Also, one more thing. Sometimes it's not about the level or the amount of neurotransmitters in your brain. Sometimes it's just about getting them to where they need to be. Sometimes it's just about things flowing and moving in the right direction. Anxiety likes to keep our thoughts very tightly wound, very spirally, very restrictive. We want there to be more of a flow. We want things to, be a little bit easier than just being so tightly wound. Anxiety definitely burns me out. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, anxiety is exhausting. Anxiety can be incredibly motivating until it isn't. Until you're just burnt out and exhausted. I have 5.4k daddy dollars. Should I change the name of daddy dollars? Should I make them brain bucks or something? I got my anxiety disorder after a 2-year period of extreme stress. Before that, I didn't have any anxiety disorder. That makes sense. Going through an extremely stressful period, especially one that long, it makes sense that you would have some, and what we would refer to these anxious behaviors as is maladaptive coping strategies. They were behaviors that you learned that help you to deal with the stress that you were experiencing, but in the long run, they end up hurting you. Maladaptive coping strategies. Alright, I've renamed the channel points. They are now Papa points. They are now Papa points. The thing about anxiety is that it can be learned, or like anxious coping strategies or maladaptive coping strategies. These are things that we can learn. We can learn these anxious behaviors, and if we can learn them, we can also unlearn them. That's how the brain works. Your brain had to learn to be the way that it is right now. It can learn to be a different way. Why are all the dogs in here? What? Why are all the dogs in here now? Excuse me? Hello? There must be a reason. There must be a reason why all the dogs need to be in here right now. So I'm just gonna assume that this is intentional and this is necessary. But can you please not mess up my green screen? I feel like there's always hope with any mental illness. There's not a point when there's no going back to where things were better before the stressful time. There is no going back. There's only going forward. I'm sorry. Casey just brought all of the dogs in here and they're incredibly distracting. I'm sorry. I'm trying to pay better attention, but Atticus makes this squeaky, rusty metal whine sound, and it's just the most... I don't know. It's just the worst. Atticus, I love you. That sound you make is terrible. He sounds like an old ship. Like a squeaky, rusty, like... I feel it in my bones. I feel like when it comes to our mental state, trying to return to where we were doesn't really help us. What we're trying to do is finding a new path forward, trying to find a new way to live. Sometimes that involves just making the best of an otherwise bad situation. Taking these SRIs reminds me of how my normal mood used to be a long time ago before that stressful period. And it's also a sample of what your life can be like in the future. Gives you something to work towards. Just keep working on yourself. Just don't give up on yourself. Just keep working at it. Have I ever streamed with all the animals in my space? Yeah, they're all in here right now. There must be a reason. I'm assuming they're all in here for a purpose. kitties. I don't think the kitties are in here. No, just Syndra. Nah, just Syndra. Why are all the dogs in here, though? I'm about to solve this mystery. I've been having increasing anxiety when it comes to public speaking. I never liked it, but haven't had such a pounding heartbeat or shakiness as I do now. I find myself outgoing and well-spoken, but no matter how much I tell myself I'm fine and I'll do great, the anxiety won't go away until I'm about halfway through. Any strategies or insight? No matter how bad I feel right now, I will feel better halfway through. Part of the reason why you might be feeling this is because anxiety is self-perpetuating. The anxiety about having anxiety can make you anxious. And so if you view public speaking as something that's going to make you anxious guaranteed, then it's going to make you anxious guaranteed. So I would just focus on not trying to make yourself feel better right now. Allow yourself to feel the anxiety for as long as you need to. Just continue to remind yourself that it will fade. It's normal to feel that anxiety in the beginning. So I would focus on that instead, rather than, telling yourself you're fine, you'll do great. That's true, but that's not helping. So I would say, just acknowledge your anxiety, validate it, say, okay, I know I'm gonna feel anxious in the beginning, but once I get started, once I start working through it, I'll feel better. If you focus on that, I would say that the anxiety will start to lose its grip, and then you might notice that you'll start feeling better sooner and sooner and sooner. See, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about when I said when you feel anxiety, embrace it. Allow yourself to feel it. It's when you try to make it leave, you try to make it go away, that it insists on staying. But when you bring it in and you allow it to be there and you allow yourself to feel it, then it will eventually fade. Also, just breathe. Just breathe. Breathe like a relaxed person, and it will help to relax you. This reminds me of, dealing with panic attacks, and what helped with that was looking past the panic attack and saying, well, when this is done and when it's over, I'll feel really good. Oh, by the way, can anxiety cause chronic pain? It can! Anxiety can cause chronic pain. Anxiety manifests in the body in the form of tension and pain, restlessness. There absolutely could be some anxiety component to it. See, that's the thing about anxiety is sometimes it's too much for our brain to process, and so our body starts processing it as well, and we start to manifest our anxiety as physical symptoms. Could be indigestion, it could be gastroesophageal reflux disease. Where my GERD girlies at? Anxiety manifests as a number of physical symptoms: hypertension, indigestion, chronic pain, issues with balance and coordination. So is there a case I know of when if you treat the anxiety, all of the issues, other issues will go away? You might be surprised. When you start to get a better grip on the anxiety and you start to feel like you're making some meaningful progress in dealing with the anxiety, the physical symptoms might start to recede. In my case, I would experience anxiety more as a physical symptom. What I noticed was that whenever I felt anxious, I might not feel it so much in my mind, but I might feel it in my gut. It might make me feel like I've got a little bit of indigestion, or it might make me feel like I've got to, go to the bathroom or something. Anxiety's wild. Does all sorts of stuff that you might not think of. Our psychologist taught about this, like the physical manifestations of anxiety. I would assume so. I feel like most of them are. Because the thing about anxiety is that the physical symptoms are pretty easy and clear to spot. Like increased heart rate, increased respiratory rate. Anxiety makes you prepare for a stressful event. Anxiety basically keeps you in a state of stress. And when you're stressed, you have a high level of cortisol, and cortisol can cause physical symptoms if you have too much of it for too long. All right, chat. I think we earned a little bit of fun. We earned a little bit of fun today. Alright, everybody, get those balls in. This is your last call for balls. Wow, look at all those balls. It's a lot of balls. Let's get to rolling, shall we? And we're off. You can spot my ball because it's the cool one with the comet tail. Right, let's see who's going to be first out of the jump. It's Catwalk, Clusterfuck, and Substitute Scholar. Both are able to make it into the bucket. Oh, Digital Girl going off the side. Most people are able to make that first jump. Arathena again gets bonked out, and 13 Cubby is a little bit stuck. They might catch up, though. You never know. You never know. Only positive vibe. Thank you for subscribing. Bestie vibes only. This one could go to Substitute Scholar if they're able to make this last jump. And they're in. Congratulations on the win. Atticus also says congratulations. And congratulations. Come on, Dip Chip. Come on, Dip Chip. Oh, it's gonna be close. There you go. All right. Period. A moment of silence for the fallen. Those who did not finish. We will not forget you. Love is in the air. Last call for balls. Last call for balls. And we're off. Could be my day. Look at that. Look at that lead. Look at that lead. Later, snoozers. You guys are back here snoozing. What's going on here? Alright, now I have to win. I've been talking shit. Oh my god. Clam bake! No! Clam bake, this isn't allowed. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you have to let me win. Oh no. Rorschach? Tanatuva got yeeted. Don't do this to me, Rorschach. Don't do this to me, I thought we were friends! I thought we were friends. Okay, who's gonna go in the hole first? Oh, it's not me. It's Clam Bake! Surprise upset. Clam Bake takes the cake. I got third. Stuck back here. We're sending this one upstairs for official review. We're sending this one upstairs. We're not sure. We think Clambake may have been doping. I think he may have been doping. He may have been greasing his ball. Win counter, 5 wins. Too good. Too good. The factory. Alright, we're gonna do this one, and then I think we'll do one more after this one. Because it's time for me to go start making some dinner. We just went to the grocery store, so I've actually got some stuff to choose from. I wonder what I should make. I might see what Casey wants and then... Whenever it comes to food, I always just ask Casey what she wants. I never have any input or suggestion. I'll eat anything. I went to the kitchen twice to make food and both times forgot. That's life. That's getting older for you. I had this moment the other day. Someone was having people sign a petition to have something put on the ballot. I forget what it was, but it was some sort of like progressive cause that I agreed with. But they were having you like fill out your name and like your address and stuff. And in that moment, for the life of me, I was just like, wait, what's my address? So what's my address again? We got 28 balls in here. That's a lot of balls. It made me feel like I was losing my mind. You ever have one of those days where you just feel like you're losing your mind? Just looking at profile pictures. If you have the default profile picture, consider giving yourself the gift of a new profile picture. Oh yeah, only positive vibe. We helped them come up with their profile picture using the power of artificial intelligence. Trying to figure out what that one is. Victoria with the psychedelic tree. Have you communicated with any interesting entities on your mushroom trips? It's a Genshin character. I was gonna say it kind of looked like Ash from League of Legends, but not quite. So that fits. That fits. I need to watch more Idiot Abroad. That show was actually so funny. That's where Skeeter Bug's profile picture's from. Congratulations, cutie cheeks, you're in the box. You're in the box. Oh. Like, if you don't have a profile picture and you want me to make you one using the power of AI, I will. I do like using AI for image generation. I know, people have their issues with AI image generation, but, I mean, me personally, I think it's really fun. This is what it gave me when I typed in Rusty Golden Fleece. That's all I typed in. I didn't specify. It's kind of cool. You know what my favorite thing to do with the AI is? Hold on, let me do some rendering. Let me do this while we're waiting for the next track. Love is in the air? Wait, we did this one already. Do you want to do it again? We'll do it again, fuck it. I'm AI image generating in my other tab. One of the things that I like to use AI image generation for and this one's kind of it's not exactly right, but I like to use the AI to make anime adaptations of things that don't have anime adaptations. Like, honestly, wouldn't an anime adaptation of Dune just be so fucking sick? Like, I don't know what this giant worm in the back is, but if I just typed a very generic prompt. I just typed in anime adaptation of the Dune movie. If I gave it something more specific, it could give me a much better picture. Have I seen Nausicaa? No, I need to. I need to, if I'm being honest. There's a lot of animated movies I haven't sat down and watched. I'm trying to think of the last anime movie that I sat down and watched. I'm a big fan of Akira. Akira's really good. Not just like the movie's good, but the art is out of this world. They say this was gonna be the last one. I think this is the last one. Gonna be listening to Hannah Montana while we play this song. I'll do a karaoke cover. Do a karaoke cover of The Climb by Miley Cyrus. Would that be good enough? Did we get those balls in yet? So I did another one of the anime Dune adaptation, but I said an anime adaptation depicting the scene where Paul is learning how to ride a sandworm while the Fremen watch, and this is actually so fucking funny to me. This is actually hilarious to me. The baby wants a holy war. Okay, we've got 29 balls. Can we get one more ball and make it an even 30 balls? Nobody's perfect. I don't know the words to that one. Nobody's perfect. I've gotta work it again and again until I get it right. I think that's the words. Nobody's perfect. I gotta work it. All right, that's it. Let's roll. And we're off. And it's John Cron with the early lead. Kirby. I like his look. What a cute track. This is Love Is in the Air. Do you feel it? Can you feel the love tonight? Can you feel the love tonight? Can you feel? Oh, it's been too long since I've done some karaoke. Kind of want to have a karaoke party. I want to have some friends over for a karaoke party. This one could go to Tanutuva. I rigged it. I rigged it for Tanutuva because they gifted subs. Oh. How did that happen? Oh no, this is tragic. Sometimes the balls just go off that ramp at the wrong angle. Like that one. Hold on, I see that clip. I see that clip. Oh my god, it's gonna be close. And it's Tanutuva with the win. Oh. Congratulations. Your first ever marbles win? Hell yeah. It's because gifting me subs pays off. It gives you a boost in luck. Don't ask me how it works, it just works. Current challenge reached 20,000. Well, I'm one away. If we do one more race, I'll hit 20,000. If we do one more, we'll hit 20. I want that goal. I'm sorry, they've got me hooked. Let's do one more. I'll do a quick one. I'll pick one. I'll pick a quick one. Do we want to do... Let's do the buckshot one. This one's fast, but this one's also not based on speed. This one is based on accuracy. I feel like I need to revisit my psychology of streaming topic, especially since I've been doing it regularly for a while now. Whenever I originally wrote my streamer psychology presentation, I hadn't streamed that much. Granted, I knew streamers, I had met streamers, so I don't think I was necessarily wrong with a lot of the things that I said, but I feel like I could really expand upon it. Before I roll this ball, just quick question. Anybody got anything that they're willing or ready to let go of today? If so, please hand it over. I will dispose of it for you. Do you have any self-defeating thoughts that have just been lingering? Any old grudges that you've just been dying to get rid of? Just go ahead and hand those over. Just go ahead and hand those over to me real quick. You want to get... Okay, go ahead. Give me your anxiety. Whatever it is you're trying to get rid of. I'll dispose of it for you. Just go ahead and hand it over. I can't take it from you. You have to give it to me willingly. Handing them? Alright. Well, I got a big fucking hand, so give me more. Take my doubts. Thank you. I can feel it in my hand. My hand's getting slightly heavier. Here you go. Oh, I feel it. Okay. I'm starting to... I feel a little bit of the weight of it now. Anything else? Any more? Tosses in a few things. Oh, okay. I felt that one. I still got a little bit more room. I could take a few more. Anybody else? Anything else you've just been willing to... anything you've just been dying to let go of? You have some old insecurity that you just been eager to part with? Your grief? Okay, I'll take that one too. Well, that one's pretty heavy. I feel it. But I got a little bit more room. I can squeeze a little bit more in. Anything else? Last call. Any more takers? Anybody else? This was your last chance. could give you a thing or two? Oh, okay, come on. Just toss them in there. I got a little bit more room. Alright, we good? Alright, you ready? You want to see what I'm going to do with this? You going to see what I'm going to do with this? Mmm. Chunky. Well, you said you were done with those, so I assumed that I could eat them. I assumed that meant I could eat them. You said you were done with them, so I assumed that I could eat them. Alright, let's roll. Hope it's forgiving on the other end. Human stomach acid's no joke. Don't worry, it'll take care of it. It might give me a little bit of a rumbly in my tumbly, but nothing to sweat at. Oh, of all the races to not be based on speed. Wait, where's my ball? Am I stuck? Are you serious? Well. Oh no, we're stuck in there together. Alright, let's take a look at the board. Alright, so far it looks like Vixtaru's in the... Ooh, but we got some people getting a little bit closer. We're gonna have to see. So, oh, a big shot there. Oh. Oh. Is that it? A digital girl. All that stuff I ate. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it. I feel like it's gonna make me fart, but I'm not gonna do that in front of you. Hey look, we did it. Challenge complete. Sweet. Congratulations. Alright, caught up on questions. Why do my latest TikToks only have 1 view? That must be a bug. Or maybe they just haven't been viewed. Well, they have more views on YouTube than they do on TikTok. That can't be right. All right. You want something at least? It's a sign from the universe. Just take it for what it is. Take it as a sign from the universe. Be nice to yourself. Oh wow, T-Pain is streaming. What does T-Pain do on Twitch? Streams from his studio? That's cool. The next Magic the Gathering set? Yeah, the next Magic the Gathering set is like Wild West. It looks pretty cool. Alright, I need to go figure out dinner. I shouldn't have I mean, I don't regret taking the edible, but it always makes me get really weird on stream. One of these days I'm just gonna take an edible at the start of the stream, and then you're just gonna get me completely unhinged. Just rambling incoherently for hours. This is me with hinges. No, I took the edible. I don't have the hinges on. See, the thing is whenever I take edibles and then I stream, I'm like, so have you heard about MK Ultra? Have you heard about the Panopticon? Have you heard about the Milgram obedience studies? Have you heard about... Have you heard about the guy who did an experiment on where he scared a baby? Did you hear the one where they zapped dogs and all the other weird ass shit from psychological history? If I were to do a segment... Alright, give me some input here. If I were to do a segment where I went over a weird bit of psychology history, should I do them one at a time but do a more deeper dive, or should I do like a presentation of like a few things? I might just do it as like a bit. Oh, don't get me started on the old school psychology or like psychiatric things that they do to try to treat people. They have a psychiatric museum in St. Joseph, Missouri, which is like an hour and a half or 2 hours. So I drove up there and I went to it once, and they have like all of this old... It used to be a psychiatric hospital, but like in the early 1900s or some shit. And they turned it into a museum. Go over the history of the US military psych conditioning. I should tell you how they make them eat when they're like in the academy or some... I don't know, it's... Mike was telling me about it. He was telling me about all the fucking weird shit that they do to you. He's like, when you eat, you can't look at anyone else. And when you chew your food, you can only chew it 7 times before you swallow. You have to chew it, you have to chew everything exactly 7 times. If you pick up a cup to drink, you have to do it in 2 motions. You have to lift it up, and then you have to lift it to your mouth, and then drink. And then you do the opposite to return it. You pull it out, and then you set it down. It's really fucking weird. And it's all designed to like make people like, it's basically there to like condition people to be obedient. Because if you look at the history of war, which I have, because that's one of the that's one of the things that I like to think of like as a straight dude thing that I'm like, oh yeah, the history of war. But if you look back at the history of war got war has always been terrible, but war got really bad in the early 1900s whenever the Industrial Revolution hit, and then we started having industrialized war. Because before that, it's like you had to take trains or horses, or you had to walk to get to where you're trying to go. And so there weren't these mass conflicts, but at like World War I, you had mass mobilization thanks to the train system. And then it was just really bad. It was a long, drawn-out trench warfare, and it was really terrible. And so that's why they would call it the war to end all wars, because it was just that fucking gruesome. But then they had World War II. They decided they wanted to do a sequel. They went with a sequel. But the problem with the sequel was that you're not going to convince people who learned about World War I growing up to do another World War. They're just not really that into it. That sounds really shitty. Trench warfare, chemical gas attacks, no thank you. Flamethrowers, no thank you. And so what they had to do to get people to participate, because morale was understandably low, was they had to crank them up on amphetamines. And they did this on both sides, mind you. The Nazis invented them, but both sides used them. It's like they just had to keep up. But anyway, every war or armed conflict since then has just suffered from further and further, like, morale loss. Like, look at every war since then, or like every foreign engagement. It's just like people's just heart isn't in it in the way that it used to be. But the military still wants people to be very obedient. It's like, and you need that in a military structure. You can't, not have obedient soldiers. But anyway, hopefully we're in a post-war era. At least major wars. There's still some pretty large-scale armed conflicts going on, but let's hope that nothing gets any bigger than what's already going on. Let's just hope it continues to get smaller. Her husband said in Marine basic training, they turned platoon members into clones. All the fat guys trimmed down and the skinny guys muscled up, and they looked like clones after 16 weeks of basic training. Yeah, and this is why Bob Ross turned into the chill painter guy that he was, is because he used to be a drill sergeant, but he got tired of yelling at people. Because what you have to do as a drill sergeant is you have to be really fucking mean to these people to get them to, intimidate them and get them to listen to you. So if there's a guy in training who's overweight, you're going to remind him of that every possible opportunity, and then all of the other guys in the platoon are gonna dogpile on that. They're gonna jump in on that. Same as if you're too skinny, you're gonna get called out on that, and then you're gonna feel this really intense pressure to apply to the set social norm, which is obey and learn to kill. And also don't care about killing. They teach you how to not care. I got that for free, what the fuck? Okay, so this actually speaks to discipline as it exists. Discipline is something that we feel like we lack, and it's because we don't have discipline in the way that we would want to have discipline. But the truth is that everyone has discipline, it's just maybe yours is misapplied. Because the way that we exist in this moment is the result of everything that we've been taught, everything that we've learned, which is the same end goal for discipline, it's just something different than what you're doing currently. Which is why you gotta sell yourself on the idea that you can do better. That's the hard part. Getting started's always the hard part. Well, I want discipline applied in better ways than the destruction of warfare. If you have an eye for it and you look out into the world, you can see discipline applied in a lot of different ways. You know, somebody's out there scrubbing toilets, keeping the grass cut, making food. It's like there's a lot of discipline out there in some of these like service jobs, and then these like industrial jobs and these manual labor type jobs. It's like, it's a positive manifestation of discipline. Getting out there and doing what needs to get done because it needs to get done, I guess. You're shook on Bob Ross used to be a drill sergeant? He was. And then he got tired of it, and he became a nice guy. And you gotta think about it, he started his stuff out in the 70s, so can you imagine having to, like, be mean and trying to convince somebody, some young dudes, to go and, like, fight and die in some jungle halfway across the world? Like, can you imagine? No wonder he was so chill. He's like, don't need any of that. I guess what changed my approach with discipline, because I try to be a more disciplined person. I don't feel particularly disciplined, but in many ways I feel like I am. I think that's part of it. If you are a person who seeks discipline, you have to like continuously find ways that you could be more disciplined, I guess. I guess as I become increasingly aware of the ways in which I don't feel disciplined, it gives me the false impression of lacking proper discipline. But some of the things I feel I need to do are pretty glaring. I guess I ought to get to work on them. Just following my own advice. It's hard sometimes, I get it. I wouldn't tell anybody here to do anything that I wouldn't do myself or that I haven't done myself already, so if I ever tell you something, it's something I've thought about a lot. If you had to rate me on my confidence out of 10, what would you rate me? I need a grade. You know, I was a student for such a long time. You know, I went to grad school. I was in school up until I was like in my late 20s. It's like sometimes I just need a fucking grade. Just to tell me how I'm doing. I became dependent on it after so many years of being in school. And a 10 out of 10. Rookie score. Rookie score. I'll give myself an 8.3. 8.3. On a good day. But never below a 6. Don't ever go lower than a 6 with your confidence level. It's okay to be at a 6, but we don't want to see you at a 4. 5 if you have to. I asked you that just to point out something. If you were to ask other people in your life, the people who know you, because at this point I feel like you know me pretty well. You've probably been here a little while. You know me reasonably well. Enough to give me a score on that at least. When it comes to the people in your life, if you were to ask them a similar question, they would probably score you higher than you would score yourself. That's the point I was trying to make. You can apply that to any characteristic of yourself. You gotta remind yourself that other people see you in a certain way. And in some ways, it's very helpful to learn to see yourself as others see you. Primarily the people that you feel that genuine sense of love from. I've been so stiff. I was on a bit of a yoga hiatus throughout the winter, and now the spring is here, and having to loosen back up. I want to do more guided meditations on stream, but I want to wait until there can be times where I'm like, okay, yeah, it's gonna be quiet. Because you know how it can be sometimes. It'll be like, dog, hammer, saw, dog. Gets to like 115. Ugh. Yeah, shout out to air conditioning for allowing humans to live in places that they have no business living because they could just get way too hot. Way too hot. Throat singing lesson. Got a throat singing lesson for anybody who's stuck around. Throat singing lesson. Free. I need to make dinner, but I'm not quite hungry, so I'm stalling a bit. I'm just hanging around a little bit. I think you'll do some yoga tonight. Honestly, if you have a mat and you want to lay out a mat and do yoga, that's great. But if you also just want to stretch in bed, just any stretching is good stretching. Like, I'll just be in bed and I'll like, what I've been doing lately is I'll like take my legs, but I'll like put my feet together and then kind of like, so that I can work my hip, because I'm trying to like get my legs. I had a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a deviation. I've just been trying to adjust my hip a little bit. That shit fucking sucks though. Cats stretch every time they change position or move in any way, and I think that's a great lesson. It is. I always thought cats were so cool when I was young because they were always so confident. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, somebody who knows what's going on. hello. How you doing? I'm just going a little long today. I'm just so close to 4,000 followers, to be honest.
I know, I'm waiting for Babe to feed me. I said, Joshua, where's my dinner?
Oh. I'm just not all that hungry yet.
This sweetheart.
I gotta make some food soon. You wanna try some relaxation techniques? I've been practicing relaxation techniques for a couple years now. It's something I take pretty seriously. So if you have a hard time relaxing, give some of these a try. What I want you to try to do is make your relaxed sound, whatever that sound might be. The sound I associate with stepping into a hot tub or taking a refreshing drink on a hot day, where you kind of go, and it kind of resonates in the back of your throat a bit. In doing that, you kind of have to release some muscle tension. We hold a lot of tension in our necks. A lot of our awareness is seated in our neck, you know, because a lot of vital stuff goes through the neck. You know, you breathe through there, you eat through there, the blood has to flow through there to get to your brain, etc. So you have a lot of awareness there. But when you're relaxed, something within that part of you is able to relax a little bit. So just try making that sound and see how it makes you feel. It's okay if you can't quite commit to that sound. Sometimes when we have a lot of anxiety, we'll actually kind of restrict and hold tension in some of those parts of our neck and in our throat. It's like, have you ever felt that sensation of there being a frog in your throat, or just like feeling a knot in your throat whenever you feel especially emotionally vulnerable or something? Just try to let that part of you unclench a little and just do a few of them and try to sound more relaxed as you do them. It's relaxation practice. The more relaxed you can be, the more relaxed you get. Relaxation implies a certain level of comfort with vulnerability. You have to remind yourself that it's okay to let your guard down, at least for the moment. If something in your life has left you feeling like you need to be on guard. taking your boots off after a long day of walking. If you've tried it a few times now, which I would recommend, how are you feeling? Maybe just a little bit more relaxed. Maybe a lot of bit more relaxed. But as long as you feel a little bit of something, that's what matters. We call that a positive net win. I need another haircut. Well, I'm not sure what I want to do with it. I might do something a little different, or I might just trim it down a bit. I'm not sure yet. Alright, I gotta go make some dinner.
She's mad at you.
She's mad at me? She should have came and told that to me. If she was mad at me, she could have came over here and told me. Oh, so she's stirring the pot? She's making you come tell me? She can't tell me herself? She's not acting mad with me. But you're saying she is? Why? What'd I do? Miss Poopy. Are you mad at me, Miss Poopy? Miss Poopy. Miss Poopy.
I told you.
She's mad at me? What did I do? What did I do? Oh. Oh. She likes to be held like a little princess. She likes it when you carry her around the house. She's apparently accustomed to the royal treatment. She has.
You're not holding her right.
She has princess energy.
Come here, miss. Miss.
She's the little princess.
Mad.
All right, who's seen Dune 2? Who has seen Dune 2? I just need to know so that I know how many people get this joke. We've given Beaver some new nicknames. You know, we like to give the cats nicknames. But lately I've taken to calling him Muad'Dib. Or I'll call him the Lisan al-Gaib. I'll just see Beavis, like, okay, so I've taught Beavis how to jump onto my shoulder, and he can do it from the table a good, like, 2-3 feet, and he'll land on my shoulder now. So whenever he does some shit like that, I'll just be like, Lisan al-Gaib, as it was written. It's just so funny to me. Ooh. Alrighty. Alrighty. I need to go figure out dinner. It's actually getting kind of late. Ooh. Oh, the farm's on. I can send everybody to the farm. I'm gonna send everybody back to the farm. Thank you. I'm gonna enjoy my evening. You please do the same. And I will see you all next time. We'll be back again next time. So until then, take good care of yourself, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye. Wow, I got so many the hype train. Remember that golden kappa hype train? Don't forget your golden kappas. It was like 73 subs, 75 subs today. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.